Looks like it's popping up on Restream. Restream says we are 8 minutes ticking, 10 seconds, or 10 seconds left. So we're ticking on Restream. Let me come over to YouTube. The refresh YOLO. And we are live on YouTube. Let me go in there. So we're ticking on Restream. Let me come over. Okay, I'm muting YouTube. We are live on YouTube. Can you hear me, Space Miner? Oh, you're kidding me. Now you.
No, I'm here, buddy.
Oh, you're here. Okay. So
Yeah.
we are live, and we're doing okay. We're not getting any echo too bad back. I'm getting a tiny bit of feedback, but it's not bad.
Here, let me try muting mine.
Okay, so now with you muted, yeah, I don't get any feedback. So indeed, that's where we're getting a little bit of feedback, but that's not bad. It wasn't bad. So you can come back. You can come back on. Yeah, that was getting a tiny bit of feedback when your audio is on, but it's not bad enough that we can't deal with it.
Well, I'll just leave it on mute until it's my turn. Or until I
Okay.
need to yell at you or something and be like, hey, man, what's going on?
Yeah, and I bet like a lot of people say use headphones, and I bet if one of us use headphones, I wonder if I use headphones if it would make a difference over here. I don't know, but okay, we're fine. I don't think it's bad enough to really. Oh, see, when I get louder, it gets worse, doesn't it? Oh, there. See, you muted it. I see. Okay, well, I need to have that figured out for like somebody else as well. So I wonder what if you were on a headphones, that would take that away. If I'm on a headphone, I don't see the. Let me try it with my headphones on.
There is nothing I can change about my audio output destination. And so pretty much it's going to have to be me muting it on my end.
Okay, now just leave it unmuted. Don't mute for a minute. And I'm trying to see if me with headphones on makes a difference. So are you hearing any feedback now when I have my headphones on?
I hear no feedback.
Yeah, okay, but you were muted. Leave yourself unmuted.
I am unmuted.
Okay. So as I'm talking here, yeah, see, as I talk, I start to get a little bit of feedback even with my headphones. So the headphones on mine don't make a difference. Okay. All right. Well, we will deal with that, and I'll figure the rest of that part out later. So
I'll just have to mute mine as we go.
yeah, or just don't even worry about it. I mean, it's a little bit annoying, but honestly, it's not bad at all. So I wouldn't even worry about it. And I'll try to figure out the best way to do that in the future. I think it's just the literal feedback from your phone coming through. You know, it's having trouble muting that out a little bit or whatever, but
Yeah, and let me let me try one more thing, okay?
okay, but don't worry too much. Not a big deal. Let me take a look how I am labeled here. Hey, Chew and LC Stacker. Hopefully, we'll get to talking about something meaningful here in a bit. Sorry for the technical difficulties. You're muted.
Me?
Oh, there you go.
Hey, is this making any difference when you talk?
Does this make a difference when I talk? Yeah, I'm not getting any feedback now.
Okay, I put my end on speakerphone on the, here, let me tell you exactly what I did. I went to my settings, I went to audio sources, and my options in there is default, speakerphone, headset earpiece, and no audio. So I put it on speakerphone.
Wow. Well,
and so apparently it kind of cuts the chatter back and forth.
Yeah, it looks like it muted you out when I was talking.
But can you hear me when I speak?
Yeah, it's sounding clear now. Now I'm realizing it might not have cut out. It's there's such a delay on the video that it looks like you're talking now, but I think it's just the delayed video. So, like, if I say 1, 2, 3, you go 4, 5.
1, 2, 3,
4, 5.
All right.
So 1, 2, 3,
4, 5.
So that's not too bad.
Here, try this. Say, do like lag test, and then I can count till I hear you, and I'll tell you how many seconds, and then I'll do a lag test, and you tell me how many seconds. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
Like, or vice versa. So if you say lag test, I'll say, like, I'll give you a thumbs up that I hear it.
Okay.
And you know how many seconds have elapsed.
Yep. Okay. Are you ready? I'm going to do it here shortly. Are you ready?
Ready.
Lag test. Lag test.
Am I supposed to be saying it too?
You're supposed to say that you hear my lag. When I say lag test, say.
Oh, I've been giving you a thumbs up, but yeah, okay. I'll repeat.
So lag test.
Lag test.
So that's like a second.
That's nothing.
Yeah. Okay, so I think we're pretty good now, and I don't hear any feedback, so we're all gone. All right. Well, that was interesting. What a deal.
Yeah.
Well, I guess now we can start actually talking as if we were originally going to go, huh? Or should we set back up and do it again? Let's see if anybody's in this.
You kidding me, man? We're rocking on the fly. Nothing wrong with a little freestyle, you know?
We got 4 people here already, it says, so we got some people here. We got Mandy's Candy in here. Welcome in, OC Stacker Chew. Thanks for putting up with our technical difficulties.
What up, y'all? I can't see you guys in chat, so I'm not going to be able to communicate with y'all. Sorry.
Oh, goodness, okay. So yeah, well let's just go ahead and talk a little bit about our time down in New Orleans.
2024 New Orleans Investment Conference. Booyah!
Yeah. So what did you think overall? Did you have a good time? Did you enjoy it? What was your takeaway?
You know, it was a culture shock. That was my first impression. For me, it was like there was a big cultural difference going on that, you know, had me feeling real foreign, and that was my first initial impression. But, you know, we're all humans and we're all relatable, and it ended up being quite a social event, you know, with a huge amount of idea sharing and knowledge exchange. So, man, it was exciting. I loved it.
Yeah, for me, it was really fun and interesting. Everybody, you know, most of the people that I talked to about the monetary system kind of roll their eyes and yawn, but down there, everybody's excited to hear anything, you know, what your take is on the monetary system and what you know is out good for investments and just much of what I like to talk about. Everybody was receptive and excited to hear about it, so that was fun.
Yeah, I think that kind of makes me think, how relatable we all kind of were in that.
Yeah,
Like some of these ideas that you might have been keeping, like for me, I'll speak for myself. Some of the ideas I've kind of kept within myself, but, you kind of got to just naturally respond in the moment, of course. But it was amazing how many other people have, been kind of thinking along the same lines, but haven't been bringing that to the table with each other. So
yeah,
that was kind of cool.
yeah. No,
Like our ideas aren't as strange as we may think sometimes, or as off as we may think. A lot of us just aren't speaking out and saying something.
yeah, yeah. That was one of the things that was, yeah, kind of stuck with me is just the enthusiasm from people. You get to talking to them, and like you say, suddenly they're, whoa, that was interesting.
I'm still
Sorry.
here. I'm putting some wood in the wood stove, man. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, my light's messing with me here. It's freaking out. Wow, be quiet thing. Holy smokes. My, really, seriously. Okay, yeah, electronics are not. I'm not having it today with electronics. So yeah. Anyway, people were yeah, really excited to hear about the ideas that you have when you'd be talking precious metals or whatnot, and getting responses from people that are, several of them were quite a bit older than I was, and had been in, like mining and metals for quite a while, and so I was pretty intimidated talking with them. But when you get in the talk and you start seeing their eyes get bigger and smiles on their face when you're, bring up certain subjects, and then they jump in and back it up, and yeah, just you really get into some great conversations with just everybody there, from the older to the younger, and yeah, lots of different culture there, but everybody was excited on the same lines, kind of. So I guess that's probably why they, kind of strain out some of the people with the door cover cost. I mean, it costs quite a bit to get in the just to get into the event. So
Yeah, they want you to be serious, don't they? Like, I
yeah,
mean,
like
nobody's wasting time in there. Like, not one bit of conversation wasn't valuable to a valuable exchange, I should say.
yeah,
Everybody there was they were they were participating in social currency, and so everybody's time there is extremely valuable. A lot of these guys are doing everybody else a favor by showing up.
right.
Is kind of what I got the impression of. You know.
Yeah, yeah, definitely some big minds there. Well, all the people that I follow were there. I mean, Peter Schiff was there, David Morgan, um,
Yeah, and you shook some hands too, didn't you?
yeah, yeah, I got to meet some people. Shook Peter Schiff's hand. He didn't look nearly as impressed as I was impressed to shake his hand, but no, it was great. Got to shake his hand. I also got to shake David Morgan's hand, and I still got to get somewhere. He gave me a gold back. It's put away in my book right now, but yeah, he gave me a gold back after I shook his hand, and nice little talk with him, and so yeah, it was amazing to be just in the same rooms with the people that you're always watching. Who else? Rick Rule with Battle Bank. He was there. I was gonna try to get a hold of him, but I never did. Everybody was always all over him while I seen him, so I didn't get a talk with him. But yeah, and then I talked with a lot of people that maybe I didn't know their name, but but yeah, they were great contacts. I want to try to reach back out to a lot of them and try to get them on the channel and get some interviews with them. So yeah,
Yeah, I know. I was speaking with a lot of people in between things too, right? Not everybody's at their booth all day, every day, right? Although it feels like that, because those booths are always manned by somebody, right?
yeah,
But anyways, it was kind of an odd thing, you'd be talking to a guy, just having a normal conversation, and you'd turn around and go back into the conference center, and you'd be seeing that guy at a booth, and you're going, oh my goodness, I was just talking to somebody who's running something.
no doubt.
And I'm trying to be vague because I don't want to put any of these guys on the spot with what they may or may not have said. So
Yeah,
but for real, like kind of back what I was saying for a second with that culture shock thing,
yeah,
you know it was, these people are making regular decisions that affect our everyday lives. I was particularly fascinated with like the uranium exposés
yeah,
and learning about the uranium. And there was just much more to it that I haven't even thought of. And when those guys came spilling out with that knowledge, one of the first things I was recognizing was like, oh my goodness, when you say you're powering XYZ, you're actually powering specific players out in industry, that are making huge influence and again affecting our daily lives.
yeah,
Uranium is power, and power is important, and so
yeah,
that was
yeah,
really fascinating to me.
yeah, for sure. I didn't, there's a lot of that exploration boost for exploration and mining. A lot of that stuff I didn't know the details to, but yeah, I went around and just asked a few different people what they had going on, and they were just as excited to spill all the information that they knew as like me, talking about precious metals. So yeah, I learned quite a bit about exploration and a little bit about uranium and well, in fact, why don't Spaceman tell us about who did we meet there at the end that invited us down to the, or can we go that far? Can we pursue that? And,
I don't, like I said, I don't want to name drop, because like, look, people, I'm not going to say everybody is got the best intentions, for everything. So you never know who in the background was trying to like gain position or something, right?
yeah,
And so sometimes an invite can be like feel like a really personal thing,
yeah,
in the sense that like we don't know if some guy worked 3 days to try to get his foot on that mine,
right,
you know,
right,
and got denied possibly, and not. But I don't want to make myself feel special. A lot of these guys are great-hearted guys that would probably welcome anybody in, but I don't want to speak for that,
yeah, no.
But dang, I want to name drop
well, without
because he
name,
was great.
yeah, yeah. Well, that we can pursue that further later because I mean, but without name dropping, just can you give us a little insight? What you
Yeah, so there's a local uranium mine, a Four Corners area, so this is an American uranium mine. And the thing is about uranium is the majority of our uranium is either sourced or processed elsewhere in the world. And so we are not nuclear independent in the sense that, like, yeah, sure, we got enough to kind of power some stuff for a while, but really to handle growth and to take over existing industries that they want to kind of erode the use of, um, uranium starts becoming like ultra critical, and there's a
yeah,
lot of stuff going on with uranium that we're probably not even privy to. And so, in that sense, like to have a local uranium source, kind of like the Canadian guys as well, what it what it helps do is it helps stabilize these nations, and it helps stabilize these technologies. Like AI was one of the things being referenced. Like AI is using so much critical energy to power it, to run these constant calculations that, and with so many technologies now like becoming AI dependent, people are like starting to look like, hey, where do we get these stable power sources? And well, it's hard to replace nuclear technology considering how long we've been using it safely, you know. So to so speaking on that, having local sources is encouraging to the American market, um, and it's encouraging to our security, our national security, um, and it's encouraging to investors considering how people are going to be choosing where they purchase their fuels and their source materials for refining. Because what does Space Miner always say? When your buddy the dealer ain't your buddy anymore, you still think you're getting a deal from your buddy the dealer? You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And straight up, if you're going to war with somebody, I mean, are you going to be doing a lot of very profitable uranium deals?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, that's kind of like an end story thing. So I don't know. Did I
No,
rabbit
yeah.
hole?
No, that's yeah, for sure. Yeah, so we possibly have some more inlets to mining companies to I also got some contacts on just the monetary system and precious metals as well. But yeah, while we're on the uranium, it was interesting because I learned a little bit about uranium as well. I don't know much about it, but it was interesting that we were down there and Ian was introducing that rhenium and hafnium, and it was just so happened I was at the booth talking precious metals, and a couple guys walked up, and one of them got some big eyes and was like, "Wow, rhenium! How he was surprised that you could get it." Um, buy it as a metal investment, and he was telling me about how important it was in as an alloy. Like Ian was talking, but it was interesting because I've heard Ian give his spiel on hafnium and how it controls the nuclear uh, reaction, and so it'll be important in these new uranium energy modules. But to hear it from someone else who was actually out in the field and working with the metals and the alloy and knew how important that was, and he was talking about how it's the one metal alloy that can take where if you have a really hot liquid in one side of a pipe and a cold on the other, and they mix in the middle, and how you can get something that will not be degraded. But that was one of the things that that they could use. And so it was interesting hearing it from someone who was in the field and had worked with it, and then was surprised to be able to get a hold of it in the natural market because of its importance, kind of like Ian was talking. So I thought that was very
Well,
cool.
another thing about radium too, since we're on the subject of it, is part of the awestruck nature of people about getting a hold of it in a tangible form is that it's actually considered such a critical metal, um, that it's like meticulously recycled. I mean, every part that has radium is recycled, and so if you're getting it, chances are you're getting it from a recycler, and it's because it's so hard to introduce to the market, right? It's so hard to bring it into the market because it's so difficult to work with because of those high temperature aspects, right? And so, like, whenever you're dealing with radium, most of it is in the recycled form. And like Ian mentioned, 50 tons or less entering the market a year, compared to, thousands of tons, of your other precious metals.
Yeah.
It kind of makes you think, you
Right.
know, you know, uh, here, one more thing, man. Um, we talk precious metals a lot, but we don't often talk critical metals
Yeah.
in the same sentences, because these can kind of overlap your strategies, your investments, and these are the aspects that nations are considering,
Yeah.
on whole.
Right. Yeah.
So
China's just stacking every type of metal they can get their fingers on. Seems like right now. So, which
is
which
it?
which just highlights the whole precious metals, you know, industry as well. But
Yeah. So when we talk, which is one of the things that kind of it was easy for me to step into osmium, because I'm always considering that diversification of the metal. Um, there's a lot of really important metals out there, man. And rare earth elements and your lanthanides and everything. And and but osmium is an example. It's easy to store, easy to keep, and it's got that great value density, right? And a lot of these other super important metals do not carry those same features, right?
yeah.
And so just because it's really valuable or it's been to actual use, and even though it's really rare, it's not always a good trade, right?
Right. Yeah.
And
Rarity
so
doesn't mean that something valuable. Just because something's rare doesn't mean that it's necessarily valuable. For sure. Yeah.
right, but when you're talking about some things that are so rare, that you have to start looking about look, our government purchases, let's just call it a reasonable 5%. I've heard figures as high as 10%, right? Of our annual of our annual investment as a nation is they're buying 10% of all the different metals and tangible products that are coming in as a strategic wartime investment. So these are strategic metals to them. So if it's rare, they're going to grab some of it. If it's hard to get, they're grabbing some of it, and we have huge portions of our military budget dedicated strictly to just buying everything that comes in, and storing it
Right.
because we don't know if we'll get it back later. And so, yeah, all these ultra rare metals, man, are all your platinum group metals right away. You should be thinking about, and then there's a lot of them right outside of it, which are your more critical metals, like your uraniums and your hafniums, right?
Right.
And so, and quite a few others, might be better paper trades, but
Yeah. Yeah. There's an unknown what are so many new high tech devices and chips use some of these metals in them, and that's kind of the thing, like you say, some of this stuff that they don't necessarily have a use for yet, but if there's only just a little bit of it, and what might it be used for? so so yeah, you want to kind
yeah,
of
just wait till technology catches up. We'll be glad we bought it,
right,
you know?
yeah,
And I mean, it's worked that way with pretty much every other material we've ever found. Like, we find it, we don't know what the heck to do with it. We eventually figure out what it does,
yep.
and then, now we need to build the technologies just to use it. And then the technologies get better and eventually they figure out how to use it appropriately.
Yeah.
We can stretch gold, by the atoms, we can stretch gold atoms thinness now. And so now we can use it for all these small, crazy things, but that goes with other metals too. So have like osmium being so ultra rare and just practically doesn't exist for all purposes, right?
Right.
But look what we can do with our technology now. I mean, osmium's got a lot of great freaking uses, right? And so as soon as that technology catches up and we're stretching it, a single atom at a time, which they're talking about, like one-dimensional structures and stuff,
Yeah.
is it's well, they're not going to need a whole lot of it, but they're dang sure going to need it, and that goes for every other freaking metal like that,
Yeah. Hey, T-Bird, welcome in, and OC Stacker, and any new info on Battle Bank. Yeah, no, I didn't get to talk with Rick Rule really very much. He always had so many people talking to him that I didn't get a chance to visit with him, so I didn't look into the Battle Bank. But yeah, I'd be interested in Battle Bank. Indeed. So yeah, what else did we? So
You know what's neat?
what's that?
Go ahead. Sorry. Go ahead.
No. What were you gonna say?
I was, sitting there thinking, like, although we learned a lot, I was just going to ask you how it felt to be like somebody that was teaching these guys something, these people were learning from you, bro. And how did that feel to be in that position where, some of your icons are now listening to you and trying to get the right information out of you? Was that a kind of intimidating, or did it come natural?
Yeah, it's intimidating for sure. Like especially seeing the people walking around you. When you have, obviously wealthy people mingling with some of the big names that you follow on a day-to-day basis, and then they walk up to you and ask you, what is this and what's it for? Yeah, I mean that's definitely intimidating, but I think it and talk it so much that actually with like I was saying, since they were all so enthused and excited to hear about investments and about my take on it, that no, it was great. I mean, yeah, I was able to tell people my positions on things, what I felt about certain metals, and reasons for such, and I thought it went really well. I thought we had actually one of the better booths at the show. We had people milling around us pretty much the entire time. I would say more so than most others. Like Battle Bank with Rick Rule, that was always a pretty busy table. But we kind of had one of the exciting tables because we had a product in hand that was available for purchase, whereas a lot of those booths were just talking on their mind or talking about going out and getting something, whereas we had product not only to talk about, but they could purchase some as well. And so yeah, that was really fun talking to some of these you know wealthy individuals that were very knowledgeable, and to see them to nodding their head along, and then yeah, they'd talk back, well, did you hear this too, and here you are exchanging ideas with some of these people, who normally you'd be watching on YouTube or something. So yeah, that was definitely a lot of fun, which makes me think of people being recognized. While we were there, somebody came up to our booth looking for a space miner. Where's Space Miner? I'm trying to find Space Miner. So why don't you tell us about that? That was kind of cool.
Yeah, it didn't even occur to me that somebody was like, I didn't even understand what was going on. That's the first time I had ever heard that. I was like, that's space. Like, you're looking for me? Is this a joke?
Right.
Yeah, so that was weird. I was not prepared for that, but I was welcome to it,
Yeah.
I was like, that's cool, it's good to know that, that the culture is expanding. That's really what I'm excited about, just to see the cultural growth, that YouTube's helping provide, and
Yeah.
and we're making a difference. Slowly but surely, this silver community of ours and is making a difference for sure. And there was a lot of guys that were out there YouTubing,
Yeah.
at the conference.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that was cool, and even then, so after he was searching around and looking for space miner, so we pointed him out, and they all, he was shaking hands and talking and excited, and then a little bit later, I was over there talking to somebody, and he turns around and he goes, "Oh, that voice! I know that voice! I know that voice!" And he's like, "TheBee." I'm like, "Yeah." So yeah, then he recognized me too, because he didn't know my face, but he recognized my voice, and that was like, wow, that's interesting.
that's cool.
So no, that's
What do you think we'll see next year? You think we maybe drug enough attention in that next year they're going to be looking for us?
that's what I hope so. I'm thinking that. Well, for one thing, they were trying. Well, they were going to get Ingo back from Germany, but he wasn't able to make it, and so they had Ian down again. But I think they liked him. Obviously the first time they had him down, and then so they wanted him back, and so we went and filled in. And from the way our booth was, I think one of the more busy booths, if not the most busy. I would think that there might be a possibility of them trying to get us back.
Well, a few had remembered the institute from the year before. I'd heard a few say, "Hey, weren't you here last year?"
Right.
You know, and so it's apparently I really think next year is going to be a real kick, man. But I think we need to hit more of these. I think it'd be real fun to do some like Denver expose or Phoenix or Salt Lake or something.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I would think they would be good with that. It's such a fitting place. That it's a new metal. It's the rarest. And rarest metal and element, and such a value density there, that I would think it would be a good thing to keep bringing back to the investment conference. But yeah, I don't know. We'll have to see. But yeah, I'm thinking the same thing. I mean, we just getting that type of feedback was so inspirational that it would be behoove us to look into more of them. I agree.
Well, don't let the irony surpass you, man. That we were representing the tangible investment, and here we are with tangible investment in our hand.
Yeah. Yeah.
Don't let that moment just sail on by. If you're there to represent a tangible investment, have a tangible investment in front of somebody.
Yeah.
And so and the jewelry was really exciting for people.
It was. Yeah, the jewelry was very, very hot and exciting for everybody there. In fact, it was kind of a little bit surprising to me is even some of the more wealthy people that I would have said, they're only going to look at it as investment. They were all about the jewelry too. I mean, it was jewelry. Because that way you're getting kind of both in one, really. I mean, you're still.
What's a gold ring, right?
Right. Yeah. So I mean, they were excited to get some, and I think being able to wear it, or it almost. I don't know. It added that extra step that people were looking for. I was kind of surprised that more weren't attracted just for the investment purposes. So, and maybe they were, but it was just, what else do you got for jewelry, or do you have this and that, or it's like, wow, yeah. So,
yeah, that one guy with his ring, man, he purchased an 18 millimeter disc.
yes.
Framed in a ring, man. Like, you want to talk about an investment ring? Like,
Yep.
that he's going to be stunned when he starts tracking his piece. If
Right.
I'm hoping somebody told him, I think I did possibly, that you can track this on an app,
Yeah.
but maybe I ought to reach out to him. But anyways, when the next time he goes in to check on the value of his ring, I think he's going to be shocked.
Right.
You know, with here in like a year, and it's like, oh my goodness, when thinking about that diamond, that was right next to her necklace. It was a beautiful diamond, but even her, she was looking at that like, this is different.
Yeah.
You know, this
Yeah.
is different. And it's
Yeah.
hard, tangible investment.
There were several different times where it kind of was getting compared to diamonds in this conference, just naturally. And we both got some good footage of it, but even more happened that I wasn't able to get on camera. But yeah,
We were busy, bro.
it
It was
was.
a busy conference.
It was. It was like it happened fast, and there wasn't enough time, even though it was a fairly long conference. It was just run, run, run. So
It was. I really kind of wished it had gone longer, but I think that's a lot of time. It was pretty intense. It was value rich.
yeah,
It had a lot of value density, right?
no
So
doubt, no doubt, no doubt. What do you think might be another good venues? You think like just coin shows, or do you have anything else in mind that you have in mind already, or
what are you thinking? I'm
just like
unsure your contract.
well, just the investment conference, and how well that went, and then so you're like,
Gemstones.
okay,
Some of these gem shows.
okay,
I think it could be fun. Is that the? Am I answering the right question?
yeah, that's actually a really good one that I hadn't thought of.
Yeah, gem shows. I keep thinking, and then any like jewelry exposés.
Right.
So I don't really know if they. I imagine they have a conference of their own somewhere. You know.
Well, I know there's a big gym expo that happens here in Denver. I've never been to one, but I heard about it. So
I thought about a state fair. Could be a really good one. A lot of people come through state fairs, and I think all the lights and activity, kind of cascading across the jewelry could have a real nice effect. You know,
yeah.
and, people having fun with it, especially if you had some fun jewelry to bring to it. So I don't know. Is there? Do you know if there's anything in your area that's like one of these? Or you got like, I'm sure you got coin shows and stuff.
Oh yeah, there's coin shows. There's gun shows. There's which is not bad. I just am not sure that it would be like I like the gym show idea because I think a lot of those people would have a mind for understanding the crystallization process of crystalline osmium that might be kind of a pull that wouldn't otherwise be there.
Yeah, I don't know, man. Maybe one thing I'd like to do is get a whole bunch of us together that are all participating in this osmium thing, and maybe just put together a bigger event, and because I know like 3D just got his in. He just showed his osmium off. And I think he's doing some jewelry with them, like some earrings or something. And so, I don't know, maybe we should just hammer down, do the right thing, and make a brand new type of event.
Well,
like alternative investment there.
Yeah, I know that. Like I've talked to Ian, and I said that I don't know. Do you know Arcadia Economics?
I watched their stuff.
So yeah, so he had a while back something called the Silver Symposium, And I told Ian, I think we should do an Osmium symposium.
We do.
And so, yeah, I think that we should all, that's kind of like what you're talking, just, amongst ourselves, do something and set up an event. And
yeah, invite bullions and invite some coins, some coin guys.
Yep.
And just try to bring some, like, you'd have to host it. I mean, it'd be a big project, you'd have to host this. But if, depending on how you conduct it, I mean, it could be a really simple affair, actually,
Yeah, and wonder, yeah, that'd be interesting. Set it up to where, like you say, we could get the whole kind of precious metals community into it as well. That would be nice, and do it in a location where, Liberty Bleeds Silver, he does a lot of impromptus with other stackers, and it's nice oftentimes because a lot of people run to Vegas, right? So, it'd be interesting maybe set it up somewhere like Vegas or somewhere else where, stackers would like to go in general anyway.
Lead it as a YouTube-driven event, I believe the power of YouTube community. I really think there are enough of us that if we made a concerted and coordinated effort amongst the YouTubers to really put something together. I mean, we're not just talking about a few of us. I mean, there are a lot of people doing a lot of different art and investments and collections and I mean, they run shows and channels and investment communities. And I mean, the more you want to bring into this, the better. If YouTube is the umbrella, content creators, invest, involved in investments and valuables.
Yeah.
I mean, crazy. That could be a crazy event, and it wouldn't be hard to put together at all.
Yeah, just bringing people together and setting up the actual time and how much time you need to get a good event. I mean, I've never put something together like that, but you kind of want something that, seems like if you did it in Vegas, there's other draws there as well, or you need to do it somewhere where, stackers would want to go or would have reason to go. So if you could.
Denver. Nobody wants to go to Denver, though.
Yeah, well, that's kind of it, right? I mean, unless you were gonna do it like at Vail or at some ski something, do a skiing. A lot of people come in for that to Colorado, but I don't think there's probably.
Yeah, I mean, it'd have to be fairly central to most everybody. It'd have to be, I don't know, man. Louisiana was pretty kick-ass. Just maybe a different hotel.
Yeah, that was cool. No doubt.
So,
but it can't be too expensive either, like what we did there. That was a pretty expensive little event to jump through those hoops, but I don't know. I would kind of lean towards Las Vegas because there's usually cheap tickets. I think stackers would go there anyway for other events. So yeah,
it's got the airport right there.
It's got the airport right there. Hey, Emerald Coast Stacker, good to see you. Thanks for popping in.
They've got everywhere to host you. They've got everywhere to stay. They've got everything's easy to get to. Everything's central. I mean, you got a little bit of money spending, but it's not. I don't think it's going to be quite as bad as.
No, I don't think it'd be nearly
like
as
Miami or something,
Right.
Although Florida might give me an excuse to go to Florida.
Right. But it's kind of centrally located too. It's not necessarily. I mean, I guess it's a little west, but it'd be nice to be somewhat centrally located for everybody.
Well, we've got a lot of population on the western side,
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's easy to get out of Denver and go places, on the 25. So like that whole populate, Eastern Range population can flood really easy over to Vegas, either by flight or drive. And so that leaves you like, your Phoenix areas, your Albuquerque areas, your Salt Lake areas, and then your Reno areas, and then all your California areas. So yeah, that's a huge reach,
Yeah.
out of Vegas. Yeah, not to mention Vegas itself. So
Right. Yeah, that might be
hmm.
fun to set something up like that.
Well, you start small, you do something. Just
Right.
make sure whatever you do it right, you know? And then as long as you do it right, man, just make sure everything coordinates well, make sure it's fun, make sure everything's really easy on everybody. And that way everybody just gets to do what's natural, is talk to each other and spread information, share information, make trade. And, and I think, the social media on it though being really influenced in that, like where everybody's like feels comfortable live streaming, where you got a bajillion people live streaming in there.
Yeah. Yeah,
Might have to pay for extra cell service.
that's what
you
I'm
know?
thinking. What if? So I was kind of walking through that in my mind. I mean, really, all you need is to have a room, like rent a room, and then you could have people buy tables just like they do, at the other shows, and then that helps with some of your cost, right?
Yeah.
And you could set up, get a decent sized room, have several tables in it. Yeah, you could live stream from it. Yeah, that wouldn't be so outrageously hard. You just got to find the room, right?
An experienced, local like LBS could hypothetically figure out how we would need to shop something like that. He probably knows a couple ins and outs that we could explore.
Who does?
But so, because the venue is easy with so many casinos in the area, I mean, you could really stay anywhere you want, you know. So
Hey,
we
Spike
just
Trap
need one good
Wager.
venue hall.
Say that again.
I said we would just need one good venue hall, you know.
Yeah.
Just
Yeah. Yeah.
that's not hard. Tables are easy. Most of those places provide them anyways,
Yeah.
as part of the deal. And then you want to, source some music. I don't see that be too hard.
Yeah.
Have some fun with it, man. Like, don't get me wrong, that 2024 was fun, and there was some big names there, but I I think it'd be pretty cool to see everybody showing up in their pants and t-shirts and branded gear and stuff like that. Something casual. Some
Yeah.
music playing. Have a beer vendor outside. Like
Yeah. That's an interesting
let's
idea.
change the game up. Let's change it up, man. Let's kind of break that box a little bit and do something.
Yeah, I like that idea. Something that we can get the community in as well, and yeah, and then we probably could get some names there too. Maybe give a couple speeches or something. A couple talks. That's a good
I'm
idea.
sure. I'm sure we could line up a host of speakers that's pretty much how their channel works, anyways.
Right.
They get up and they speak on a topic for a minute, and then they shut their channel down for the day.
Yeah.
It's like no different than what they'd be doing. Just they're just changing location. Hosting live from the show.
Yeah.
So I think it would be and I think if a couple of them liked the idea, it'd be easy to swing other people into it once they realized, yeah, there's some people serious about this. Serious people, serious about it, and serious about having some fun with it. And
Dude,
really enjoying themselves.
2025 Osmium investment something, and yeah, just set it up with some rooms, some tables, maybe a couple speakers, and I mean you could
Osmium Fest.
say that again.
Osmium Fest.
Osmium Fest, indeed, indeed.
I don't know.
Yeah, we'll come up with some name, and then yeah, I mean you're right amongst enough for eating and catering. I mean Vegas covers all that stuff pretty thoroughly, so shouldn't be a
Yeah,
problem
it
there.
wouldn't be hard to get arrange anything in Vegas.
That's
I
what
don't
I'm
think.
thinking. Yeah, and plenty of rooms, right? Like should be able to
Yeah,
find a time and some open space and not have to pay too much, but yet be in a pretty cool location. I might have to look into this idea a little bit.
I don't think it would be hard. Like, look, square one, you got to find the place that would be willing to. You got to have a rough price figure of what they'd be asking and what they would provide. Next up is figure out what pieces you're going to have to fill in. Pretty much, music and food. I mean, you saw how far they went on the 2024. You saw what they were willing to do
Yeah.
and what's about standard, right? Well, just up the notch,
Yeah.
up it up notch,
Yeah,
and
it would just come down probably for me to things like I don't, that I'm not aware of how they're done, but obviously a lot of people do them. I mean, you'd have surely the hotel that would host the event, they probably have some type of like insurance for an event. I wonder how that works. Like, do you have to insure your event and stuff? I wonder somehow.
probably
I mean,
bonded or something. I imagine
probably, but I
maybe,
mean,
huh?
surely they have people that are used to doing that and packages for it. So it would probably take a little initial investment for sure, but you might could find some people that would be willing to help back it, and yeah,
Well,
I might start.
we buy our silver at spot, but we expect the premium, you know.
Yeah,
So, what do you do? Because you got to pay to make parts move, and again, you're paying for an experience too, a chance to connect, a chance to share ideas, get new ideas, you know, make other considerations, and I think anybody that would be involved in YouTube would be happy for an opportunity to kind of reach out and do some really big fun videos. I mean, it could be a lot of fun, dude. Like, you want to talk about a lot of silver and gold on display, bro. People bringing all their different ores and jewelries and who knows what the heck they're carrying it, crystals and diamonds, and shoot, it could be a lot of fun.
Yeah,
Let's
interesting.
get changed. You want to change something? You want to change the way things are done, bro? Want to have an effect? Want to do it?
Right.
I don't. One piece at a time is all it takes, right?
Yep.
Who do we got to chat with us? I mean,
Yeah. Let's see. Who do we have? We have Stack Tack Wager Emerald Coast. Looks to be in here. Looks like we're down to 2 people at the moment. But we had everybody on our last stream when they couldn't make out what we were saying.
it was broke. It was all broke.
It was. And we had a bunch of people in there too. It kind of messed all that up, but that's the way it goes.
It's not my fault, man.
Yeah.
I just press buttons.
Well, at least we're up, and I mean this one's running pretty well. And I think even the little bit of backfeed could be mitigated with like some headphones and stuff. So.
And again, I wonder if there's just some hidden setting that if you just kind of go, oh yeah, blah blah, that ends.
Yep. Quite possible. So
you go into next year's 24. You going to the 25?
Yeah, I don't know. It'll be interesting to see if they invite us back for a table or not. I don't know. It was I'd probably want a table again, you know, to go back because it is fairly pricey. You'd want to be, you know, I don't know though. You do get a lot of contacts and just talking with people would be a great time. But it's nicer though when you have a table and you know that it's a icebreaker for you, right? So a lot of people like to
Yeah.
stop and talk and. Hey Chew, welcome in. Looks like Chew's back joining us. Hey, is it Chew or Hugh? Or like, am I mispronouncing your handle?
Dude, tag his name in chat, and it'll make more sense.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, watch.
Achoo.
Tag him in chat, and it'll
Achoo.
make more sense.
Achoo. Is that what it's supposed to be representing? Achoo. That's
I
fine.
don't know. I thought that's what I've always thought.
Help us out. Help us out, Chew.
End the mystery, bro. Oh no, my fire. Here, give me a second. My fire died out.
Let's see if I can get some Osmium under my scopage here. Ooh, I'm gonna change my lens too. So yeah, sorry guys, this is kind of drawn out when we had a lot of technical difficulties tonight. But you know, it's a work in progress. Work in progress.
Oh, there we go. Gotta get my fire back, man. Got cold in here real quick, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And there was my.
Are you out in your shop or something? Or?
Yeah, man. I'm sorry. I can. Okay, let me turn this on real quick. Let me see if you guys can see anything. I swear it was brighter in here earlier. I don't know.
Oh yeah, no, I can see it now. Got a little stove there, boy. That's like a mini.
This is like a little homemade one, dude. It's just like a little homemade shack.
Right on. I built myself
Yeah,
a little shed out back as well. It's not too big, but it's better than nothing. And then I got like all my stuff crammed in there, so you can't really use it. Full of junk.
You know, at first I was going to use this for like garden storage, and then I was just like, I want this for like a studio, you know?
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Like a little hangout shed for the winter. So.
Oh, look at this piece of Osmium.
There we are.
Nice. Let's get some other light on there. Oh. Oh yeah, look at that. Oh yeah, how cool is that?
Wow, man. That's crazy.
Crazy.
There we go.
And we can have like a big screen projector and just have different people showing their osmium through on the microscope. Dude, that is
Look at that
beautiful.
9 facet on that left side. It's just that one panel.
Yeah, that's big, huh? Look at that.
Goodness gracious. Here, turn it a notch. Let's see a different constellation.
Oh, right there. That was. Ooh, look at that.
Oh wow, those are some big old chunkers in there.
Right, this is a
Oh my
four. Look at that bottom left crystal on the kind of bottom left corner, kind of a little ways in. Oh man, look at that thing. Cool. I'm gonna get. So that's the four. I'm gonna grab my other.
That's dope. Come on, you. Excellent.
Oh yeah, I got a piece of osmium. Oh, it almost takes up the whole screen. Not quite. Not quite that big game yet. You get a little bit bigger piece so I can take up my full screen.
Is that a sparkle too?
Yeah, I believe that is what it is. I was gonna say really good eye, but I did buy this from you, so you probably recognize.
Well, no, you can just tell. I don't know what you got.
Yeah, no, you got it. Great, dude. So you guys can see now under this microscope the difference between a 2 and a 4. And there's quite a bit of difference. Wow, look at all these points though.
Damn that smoke.
Yeah, that's a lot different. That's a lot different look from the 2 to the 4 under the microscope.
Yeah, but look at that variation.
Right?
You know? You got all the. It barely takes a motion.
Make all those sparkly sparkles glitter.
Yeah, do like a clock hand going around it. That is incredible. Oh my goodness. It looks like a city, you know? Like some super dense city. Like you're looking at it like a
from the way
futuristic world or something. Oh wow. You gonna do something with that?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about. I'm running different ideas through my noggin on what I want to do, but I gotta come up with something. But I want to start. I'm gonna get I'll probably actually sell these ones. I'm gonna sell.
Oh, you got the bee?
I got the bee.
Oh, you got the bee, dope.
I got the bee. But I'm gonna sell those eyes I got from you. I sold one of them, and then I'm gonna sell the other couple eyes, and then I'll probably sell those. At least one of those circle. I'll probably sell that one we were just looking at, which is a 5. It's a diamond, a D7, which was I believe 5 millimeter. Or is that 7 millimeter? Is it D7? Does a 7 mean?
You grabbed my 7.
I think so.
You grabbed the 7 out of my pile. I was like, damn, there goes my 7.
So that's a 7 millimeter.
But I like the 5 a lot. I think you grabbed the 7 and a 5.
I did.
And a 4.
But does the 7, does that mean it's 7 millimeters? The D7?
It does.
Okay, so it's a 7 millimeter, huh? So if I got a little bit bigger than, if I got an 8 millimeter, it would take up the full scope of my microscope.
Oh, would it?
Yep. So and that 7 is almost takes it all up, but I can just see a little corner out of the edge. So yeah, it'd need to be an 8 for it to fill up the whole screen. So how do they?
Wow, that really is sparkly.
Yeah, how do they cut out that middle piece? That's interesting. How they cut
Just
out.
feed it right in, I imagine.
So I thought
Probably start to cut in the middle and then just work their way to the edge like you would like cut out your wood or something, you know?
Yeah, but it must just blow a hole. Is it like a cutting torch kind of what they use almost?
No, usually they'll use like a laser for like the outside, like for big discs, right? Just kind of free the material or whatever. But all this, all these fine cuts are an erosion wire process. So pretty much it's kind of like
So, but there's a wire running through
it's
it,
like
right?
an anode cathode thing, and it literally just strips it atom by atom off of the material, and it bonds to the wire as it passes through.
So how
So
are they
it's
getting
like-
it into the? See how you would have to like push the wire through the material. You see what I'm saying? Like, you can't cut into that circle and then cut the circle out like with jigsaw, you know? Because you'd have.
Yeah, I imagine you can. I imagine the moment it makes contact, it gets to work. You know.
Yeah, but
As
you
long
mean
as
so
it's
just?
resting on it.
Oh, I see what you mean. Just feed
Yeah,
it down
whatever.
onto it and it would go right through. You mean?
Yeah, as soon as that wire comes down, it's going to start, cutting,
Okay, interesting.
as it passes through.
Okay.
So, because it's ripping those, atoms off of it, literally, and bonding it. Kind of like when you put copper in your silver cell, So, like, you have your nitric solution, your silver nitrate, and it's all the blue solution. You put your copper in there, and all that silver gathers to it.
Oh,
It's kind of the same thing.
that's what they're doing. So that I was wondering what was going on there. So literally, that little piece of copper is what attracts everything. Like there's an electric
Yeah.
cord hooked to it, I know, right? So it's electric.
I don't know for sure what type of wire it is. I'm not gonna say it's like an 8 copper wire, but it could be, So it's kind of like welding in a way, also. Maybe you could think of it that way.
Yeah, kind of. Yeah, but that current, whatever little current, and that it's using. Is it the current that has something to do it, or is that the copper, or is it the combination? Like, could it be something besides
It's the
copper?
current. It's the current. It's an electrical process.
Okay.
And if you do it in like an argon vacuum or something, then it never has a chance to become an oxide. But you can do it outside of an argon chamber. You can cut it in open air because it only exists as an oxide for just a second in between the material and the wire. So it's just like zoop, and then it's not an oxide anymore. It's just because it's drawn to it almost in the same way it's sputtered. So
Interesting.
it's kind of weird to think about. Osmium and ruthenium both are like one of the few metals out there that it's almost like a reverse entropy kind of thing. They can go from their gaseous state to their solid state at a lower temperature than it takes to melt.
Oh, really?
You see? So whenever it's in this gaseous state and then it goes into a crystal state, the crystal states actually happen at a lower temperature than the actual melting stage. You see? It's kind of it's kind of an odd thing with those two metals.
Interesting.
So, but so whenever you're doing this erosion process, depending on if there's oxygen in the environment or not, depends if you're going to get your tetroxide, right? But if it's transitioning and there's no oxygen, it can just kind of like leave, and it's in its gaseous, like a molecular state, like an atomic state.
Okay.
It's like kind of like suspended, if you will.
Yeah.
And then it drops into its, it's entropy, man. It's, high to low and hot to cold and,
Yeah.
Path of least resistance and stuff like that,
Wow.
And so it just kind of goes, whip. It's kind of, I don't know, man.
That'd be crazy to see in action, huh?
Yeah, I've never been part of that process, and so it's difficult to speak to exactly how it's working, because you usually just kind of get a brief on it, like a layman's brief.
Yeah.
So, but I'm looking into it and I'm studying on it, and I just want to be careful and not say anything that's completely stupid, So, better hold my tongue until I know for sure.
Right. Oh wow, I can't.
Wow. Oh, you had it for a second there, huh?
There we go. Look at that.
So
get closer and closer. I wonder how close I can get with this lens. I'm getting pretty close here.
Is that going to be your eyebrow ring, bro?
Yeah, my nose ring.
your nose, your lip ring. I don't know.
There were several people there. I was surprised at that conference that had a nose ring.
There were a lot. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, we talked to several of them. They all said they were coming, but then they didn't. So, but yeah.
Yeah, it was pretty cool to see. There was a lot of jewelry wearers.
Yeah.
That one girl that was modeling, using her hand as a model for her diamond ring versus the Osmium, she had a lot of different piercings and jewelry going on, so cool. It was pretty cool to see.
Yeah.
So are you gonna?
I'm gonna put this. So I'm pretty close with this number 2. We're gonna put in a number 4, and look at the size difference in this crystal structure. And so we're just looking at, what would you call those flat pieces? Facets? Is that what you'd say?
Of the crystal?
Yeah, just like, I'm going to show. So this is the smaller facets here on this number 2, and then we'll put in a number 4 and look at the facets of the number 4, and you'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question. I should refresh on my crystal terminology, because if they're lattice planes, you could think of them that way too. It's a lattice plane, up against. So they grow these perfectly flat lattice planes, and so that's kind of what you're looking at, is a latticing structure,
Look at these latticing structures.
It's crazy how the more you zoom in, the more those pop out.
Oh, right on.
Right, look, even in between the cracks of the small ones, you still see smaller ones yet.
Yeah, that's what they say. The closer you get, the more fingerprint there is.
Oh my goodness! Look at that. That is incredible.
That's like looking into one of those. What do you call it? Where you look into it. Kaleidoscopes. Goodness, look at that. Look at that.
Wow.
Wow. Dude, this is cool. Dude, I'm sold. I'm sold on the heavier sparkle now. Look at that. It's like, wow. You could just display this or something. Put it under a light and have it magnified always, so different lights that would show different things. This thing is just crazy.
Those 2 sparkles are really cool. If you get the up close and personal with them, they just, if you have lots of light available, outside, and they got it on a ring, and they just turn just a little bit, it goes, so much. The 4s, I've noticed, you got to get you got to get larger movement out of them.
Yeah.
But, man, those points of light are just, pow, right in your face. with those large crystals. They really are. You just don't get the busyness, you know? Like, if you want to really increase that busyness, you really need that 2 or 3.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, and in certain
if
situations where you want that smoother background, the finer background, you're gonna need that lesser. But as far as for looking at it and examining the structure and the beauty of it up close, man, this high sparkle grade is just crazy.
wait till you see a Sparkle 5, man.
5, that's what I
I
was
don't
gonna
know.
say. Now I gotta go to 5 now. Look at that. Cause wow. I mean, wow. Man.
Yeah, the 5s are pretty spectacular, dude. and it's easy to see that once you get beyond like a Sparkle 5, like anything bigger would start really becoming like these giant blocks of crystal.
Right.
You know, you would really start noticing some of that like tower formation or something, I imagine.
Yeah, I should. Oh, here, let me. There's some dust on there. Let me clean it up.
Do you have an osmium light with you?
Yeah, I do. I'm hitting it with it on occasion.
Yeah. 5,000K, they say.
5,000K, eh? 5,000K, eh?
5,000K.
So your truck ran all the way down there, no problems, huh?
No problems. Well, I had problems trying to get out of town. Like, it was like goofball stuff, man. But once I hit the road, dude, it was such smooth. Look, I planned that trip to take 3 days. I was going to take 3 very casual days, is what I was going to take. 3 8-hour days. Man, but that truck was running so smooth, I didn't stop till I was in Louisiana. I was like in Alexandria when I finally gave up.
Wow.
Yeah, I was depressed. I was like, go truck. You know?
Yeah, I'm impressed as well. Did you put in a new motor or something and new everything?
No, man, this truck is still original from 91. Like, I maintain it, you know, like, I try to stay ahead, you know, I try real hard.
Wow.
But it's going to be due, man. At some point, I'm going to have to rip that thing up and do a rebuild. I mean, I'm sure of it. But right now, I'll run that thing till it's a smoking beast. I'm going to be honest. Yeah. So I'll run it till it's like a smoking beast, and I have to rebuild it. And then I'll rebuild it. And then, but I pretty much rebuilt everything else, like under the carriage, you know.
Cool.
So
when you're looking at the, do you see? I don't know if you can see, but there is right there. Can you see the color spectrum coming off of that? Off of the, it's kind of in the middle, really. There's looks like a pitched roof, but right, the second big crystal in, it looks like there's all different colors.
you have like greens and blues and red stripes.
Yellows, reds, purples, greens, blues.
Yeah.
Dude, the whole spectrum is there. That's cool. But that's why it bounces all the light that's coming in. So I've got like 3 different lights on it, and it's kicking all that back out at you.
Yeah, it only absorbs the red spectrum.
Okay. Oh, you showed me under a red light. I wish I had one, because that's crazy.
Oh, dude, it looks good under red light. Oh, I wonder if I got a red light on me.
I'm going to have to get one.
You guys see me up in this little world? Here, this is fun. Always love this. All right. Wow, it got dark in here. Oh well. Well.
UFO's no joke says forward! Exclamation point.
You know, I had an old Ford. It was awesome. Let's see. Do I have a red light in here? No, I don't have a red light. Bummer.
Oh, we got
I tried.
Emerald Coast still with us. Thanks for hanging out, Emerald.
What up, Emerald?
So, yeah.
Well, that's good. Hey, you want to see something fun?
Let's see it.
Here, let me do one more time. Give me a second. Where are we?
Yeah, UFO's asking, was it a 91? What year?
Yeah, mine's a 91.
91.
91 on the F-150 and 91 on the Dodge. Oh, this camera sucks. You don't see nothing in it. I gotta get a phone like yours, dude. Yours did an awesome job on the trip.
Yeah, and that gimbal was where it was at, too. Oh, yeah, look at all this tritium.
Yeah. You gotta step my game up, man. Get a good camera, get a gimbal.
That was weird. Those got brighter, like they glowed more when you put a light on them. That was interesting.
Yeah, it's black light.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
tritium glows even more under a black light.
What's that?
Tritium glows even more under a black light?
Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, my two boys really were saying thank you for the pieces. So, thank you.
It should be glowing pretty bright for you still, right?
Oh, yeah. Yep.
Man, it's just not going. You know what it is? It's the spectrum of the light, you know? Like green is obviously the... What colors did I send you? Do you remember?
I've got red and green are the two that I got. I left blue, but the blue is cool too. I can see it under the black light there. Yeah.
No black light. This is just no light
that
right
was
now.
Just no light. Okay.
Yeah, so this is natural glow. And then if I hit it with the black light, here, let me.
Oh yeah. Nice. And then you got blue too, right? Where's your blue? Put that blue up there too.
Okay, I got. Yeah. Okay, that's blue, aqua, purple.
Dude, that's nice.
And
that's a good shot.
White.
There. Oh, you got white too?
Yeah, I got here. Watch. This one's like a white. Okay, and then this one is like a violet. Oh, it looks blue in the picture. Interesting, but it's actually purple.
Oh, okay.
Oh, weird that it's doing that. All right, and then here, I'll just do it like this, all three. So this is purple, this is like a aqua, and this is like a blue. This.
Cool.
Yeah, that aqua looks freaking
nice.
great in blue like that. And then, let's see, here we got orange and red. So they actually call it like yellow, but it's really more of an orange.
Okay.
We'll actually find it. Here, and I'll compare that to the.
Yeah, we're trying out for a rave here, UFO.
So yeah, those are the yellows compared to the red.
Oh yeah. Man, you got that's a lot of different color. So that's what? It's almost every color there. What are you missing?
Yeah, I think I gave away the yellow now that I'm thinking about it. I think I gave away my last yellow. Let me see. Purple, aqua, blue, white, green, red, and orange. Yeah,
Which
that's
ones
it.
are white?
Where is it? There it is. That was weird. So here, I'll hold it next to a green. Can you see that?
Yep, no, yep, I see it. Cool. Huh.
And then like red. Let me see, where are we?
Yeah, so UFO saying this element, if this is an element, it blows my mind. Well, yeah, so it is, but it's a reaction taking place. Tell them what's happening there, Space Miner.
So this is, it's a isotope of hydrogen, okay? And so it's a radioactive isotope of hydrogen, and this is a byproduct of the nuclear process. So pretty much like it's just a bunch of heavily ionized water, and that they use to cool stuff, and so it creates a radioactive hydrogen. Is how it works. I know it sounds like ridiculously simple, but it kind of is. It's just, and so what they do is they line the inside of these glass tubes with like a phosphorescent lining. And so as the electrons are striking this phosphorescent lining, they're releasing energy, which makes the phosphorescent lining glow. So the color is not the gas. The color is not the gas, it's actually the lining.
Okay.
The color they put into the phosphorescent lining inside the tube.
It's a some
And then they just fill it full of the
lining.
hydrogen.
Interesting.
But this is the closest thing to the real color as there is, the green.
Oh, the green is, okay. That's why you always see the nuclear stuff represented in a green glow.
Yeah, so think about the Simpsons now.
Right. Right, just toss one of those in the back of your hoodie while you're taking off, right?
I mean, this stuff's safe. I mean, like, you don't want to eat it, but, you know. Now, when you have a whole bunch of this stuff together at once, you're probably putting off a little bit more, but than originally.
Yeah. How big of a tube can you get that in, I wonder?
Pretty big.
Really?
These are, I've got, like, this guy right here is one of their larger ones, and it's like a 25 millimeter by like a, I want to say like a 3 or a 2.5, something like that.
3 inches
and
long?
It's, what's that?
3 inches long?
No, like inch and a half, maybe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, and this is actually one of their bigger tubes. Now, I imagine you can get slightly bigger. You know, I'll look into that. But I remember thinking, like, I definitely wanted some of these bigger ones.
Yeah, that's cool.
These are originally what I was going to use in the Space Mine round.
Yeah.
But they were just way bigger than I thought that they would be. And so I ended up having to use the smaller ones.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, where are my fucking summer rounds? I wonder if you'd finally be able to see them glow here. Here, watch. Give me a second.
Yeah, I know UFO. It's called. Well, do you call it tritium?
Tritium.
Yeah.
TRITIUM.
tritium is what he is looking
Yeah.
on my screen. This disc here is osmium, but he was showing me some tritium, the glow in the dark stuff.
Yeah, let me try to back this light up. Oh, it's not. These are my space miner. Sorry, I'm working in the dark to try to show it to you, but
No worries.
here. I gotta get that UV out of there. Screw it.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, now I see it. Yep.
I just gotta find the camera. There we are.
There they are.
So, yeah, I'm working in the dark, man. There we go.
You're like, yeah, that osmium just gets cooler and cooler. Now it's glowing in the dark. No, that's tritium. It's like what's in the back of gun sights often, right?
Yep. That's what I put into these.
And those
Dang.
Those are space miner channel rounds with tritium in the round. Yeah, he says they stay charged for like 8 to 10 years or something.
Yeah, 10 to 15.
10 to 15. Woo. Dangerous? Not really. He says you wouldn't, not too dangerous. You might not want to sleep on a whole pile of them or something, but.
Yeah, pretty much. There we go.
Cool.
Yeah, it's different, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, you can find your piece that you dropped.
Yeah, you really genuinely can, and they really glow much brighter in person. It's kind of a hard thing to capture in film.
Yeah.
Like all these right now, you can't really tell are glowing pretty crazy. Okay. Let's see if I can even catch that on camera. Yeah, you can't really tell on camera. Forget about it. That's why I'm going to put the light back on. So, anyways. So, when are you going to do your big channel round, man?
Yeah, well, you know what I was thinking about? The first thing I'm wondering about doing, Space Miner, is I need to. So I'm down to freebies for my auctions, down to 1 gram, and I'm gonna hold it there. But you know what I'd like to do right now? I've got these Valcambi 1 gram pieces, but I'm thinking, can I melt? If I could melt that into a little ball. And then I had a little tiny bee stamp, but I could just stamp a bee into it. And that could be my first, my first pour job type deal. So
well, you know enough about those ancient stamping methods.
All right.
I wonder if anybody should be the guy to kind of like reproduce a ancient method, man, maybe you'd be the guy. And that would be an appropriate size piece of silver for a lot of those ancient coins, right?
There are some really small ancient coins indeed. But I'm kind of wondering. And you could probably get just a little stamp, like they make those little, like you can get them for that. I'm seeing pouring pouring channels doing it a lot, where they stamp their initials in with little, they've got the letters, so I don't know how you get somebody to make a little B for you, but that's basically it.
Yeah, call up your leather guys.
Right.
A lot of those guys get custom.
Yeah.
And I wonder like carbide kits and everything. So.
Yeah, that's what I'm wondering if I can just. Yeah, so I gotta figure out where to get a little bit made for me, but that's what I'm thinking about doing. Some little 1 gram B pours or melt. I don't know what you call that. I'm just. Or just getting some shot and weighing it out. The thing is, how do I melt it down into a little container where I don't lose any of the metal and I can know exactly how much it is that I'm melting into? I'd like to have them 1 gram even. And like if I melt it into a charcoal crucible, I'll probably be losing little bits of it and it might get dirty. And I wish I just had some type of a container that I could melt it into a little ball. And that's all I needed to do is just melt it down and then pop, put a little stuff.
Get a little quartz crucible. They have like little quartz crucibles. That's what I use.
There you go. That's what I need. Yeah, just something like that.
Yeah, they can be a one and done, really.
Yeah, really. 1 and done. I'd like to get more than 1, but yeah, I see.
Well, glass breaks. So if worse came to worse and you wanted to let it settle in the bottom of the crucible, I mean, you could just go, and it's free. So.
Yeah. Cool. Oh, good to see you back, OC. Thanks for popping back in.
What up, OC? Yeah, man. I think that'd be super cool. Yeah. You could just put it directly into your mold and torch melt it right into the mold that you want to use. End of story.
Yeah, but I don't know if they make a mold that small.
Well, get yourself some graphite, order a blank block of graphite, and just scratch it out yourself. And, slightly enlarge it. It might cost you a pour or two, but, do a rough figure on the size you want to use, and scratch one in and put your little drop in there and weigh it out and see how close you are, So, put it in at like 1.1, put your shot in at like 1.1.
Yeah.
Or 1.3 or something, and drop it in there, and then see what's coming out.
Right.
The other end. Yeah. And so, and if it's too shallow, you just scratch a little bit more out, accentuate, an abdomen or a wing or something, and.
Yeah, well, I mean, I could do it like that, but I have a feeling though that it would be easier just to. Like melt this existing. I mean, it might be fine to use shot. Shot would work. The only thing with shot is you'd have to weigh it out beforehand or something. But like if I can just melt that down into a little, something that doesn't like mix in with it, doesn't get any more debris in with it, is kind of because if I tried pouring like 1 gram at a time, you probably need like 4 grams because part of it would, stick to your crucible on the way out, and I don't know, it just seems like it'd be harder to do something that small and pouring as it would be to melt it into a little pool, let it cool, and then stamp that.
Well, I'll send you a little quartz crucible and you can trial run it. Oh, yeah. You got a torch?
I do.
All right. Then I'll send you a quartz crucible and see if it drops out of it.
Cool.
You know what I mean? Like just melt it in there, let it cool in the crucible.
Yep.
And if it drops out, it drops out, and then you can just stamp it from there.
Yep.
Yeah,
I think that's a good idea. I think I just need the stamp and find something that will work in. Hey, Blue Collar Stacker, welcome in. Good to see you. I don't think I've seen you here on my channel before, so appreciate you popping in. Seen you on Liberty Bleeds this morning. You guys had a nice little live together. So yeah, cool. Well, we were just looking at some osmium, and Space Miner was showing off some tritium. But I might show off my Osmium B here to blue color stacker. So I'm gonna pop my screen back up here. So this is a piece of osmium. This is my B. Okay, so this is the two. Let me straighten that out a bit. Okay, so this is the Sparkle Grade 2.
There we go.
Yeah, now as you can see those little facets, as Space Miner likes to call them, those flat little pyramids all throughout it, mirrors, whatever you would like to term, whatever term you would like. So this is the Sparkle Grade 2. And then I'll pop in a Sparkle Grade 4, and you can see the difference. It's pretty dramatic under a microscope.
There we go. Bringing her in.
So then you can see these have much larger facets, pyramids,
Lattices.
Structures.
The planes. Faces.
Right, whatever you would like to call it. And then you throw a bit of light on there. Ooh, look out.
Oh my goodness. And what's that piece worth right now?
This little piece. Oh, I should see if I can share a screen on this software too. Let's do that. Let's see if I can pull up the Osmium Institute. I am working with some new software, so bear with me. We're kind of trying it out as we go here. I'm gonna stop that. There we go. Okay. Now let's go to control room, share screen. Oh, I gotta pull it over. Osmium identification. Okay, and I'll probably have to make a new scene source. Well, a browser, that's what I need. Let's do share screen. Okay. 1 second, I'm opening up a new tab here. Takes a minute, but I can get it copied to clipboard.
Man, I love that about Osmium. You could just look and you'd be like, yeah, that is definitely my piece.
Yeah, that is cool that you can zoom in and see it no problem. Okay, that should have done it. Oh, there it is. All right, now let's try the sharing of screen.
Man, what a cool metal. And it's so cool, man. Anybody gets in on Osmium now, it almost doesn't matter how you get in on Osmium. Like, there's just so little available. You know, we were, a friend of mine and I were crunching the numbers the other day to figure out, you know, what would it take to capture like 1% of the supply, you know? And just keep this in mind. To capture roughly 1% of the gold market right now would be like right over 28,000 tons, right?
Whoa, my screen's
Of gold.
exploding. Sorry to interrupt. Thank you for subscribing, Blue Collar Stacker. That was cool. Bunch of emojis. Sorry to interrupt you, Space Miner. Continue on.
No, that's cool. Blue collar is in the house.
Blue Collar is in the house.
Hey, welcome in, man.
Just blew up
Yeah,
my screen.
So we were just kind of, spitballing, and we figured roughly 28,000 tons of gold is what it would take to capture like 1% of the market, right?
Yeah.
And then we got figuring out osmium. We're talking about kilos, man. I think it was like right about 2 kilos, 2 or 3 kilos is all it would take to capture 1% of the osmium market. And when you look at that, like in a size, we're talking about something a little bit bigger than a hockey puck. Wow. It was wild to think about. We were just trying to get a grasp on, what's this look like in the world market,
Yeah.
Because like in the industry, you don't really need a lot of osmium to do the job that osmium does, and they're used in very small amounts, but it's like still like hyper crucial to have it, in a lot of different things. For example, like what was that?
Oh, nothing. I was just saying, yeah, that is interesting. I was going to say to Blue Collar too. So what I do here is I'm taking this piece of osmium in my hand, and there's a little code down here on the bottom, and I've just entered that into the osmium identification web page here, and I just put it in this little code checker here, and it pulls up your piece. So this is the piece that I'm holding in my hand. You can also just scan that little code there, and it'll pull it up on your computer for you. So this tells you that the piece you have in your hand should look like these pictures. And so if I click on one of these pictures, and this is the piece, and then so what I can do is take this piece and put it under my microscope. And I'm going to back it out so I can get a better view. And I bet we can identify my piece just by looking at it here. So you can look at your piece on the computer, and also look at it on the computer, the picture, and then come to your microscope or even a good close-up picture with your camera, and you can identify your piece, that it is the legit piece, just by identifying the facets or the structures on the piece. Let me get a little bit closer here.
You can check your size, you can check your weight, you can check all your different facets and your different constellations. You can check your heights. I mean, if you had a machine sensitive enough to read those heights, you could literally check it up against your heat map, your heat projection.
So I'm going to move it until I find those two unique structures on the bottom. They're kind of facing each other.
And Blue Collar, just to kind of catch you up, man, in case you didn't know, the whole OIC thing is every single one of these gets, because the crystal formation is so unique, gets the OIC, right? And so each one is labeled, named, and registered internally, okay, where you can check up against it any time. But each one also comes with an OCC, which is an osmium change code, and it's a 6-digit lockout code. So if B here was to sell you this piece, he would input his OCC, the system would burn his OCC, and deliver you a brand new, freshly generated randomized OCC. And now you're the one that's registered to that piece, or whoever you want registered to it, and you can even register like a possessor. So if you wanted to leave it in a safe box, you could literally put your safe, whoever's holding your safe box, as the possessor while you maintain the ownership. Or if you're going to take it to a jeweler, the same. Or a friend wants to take it to show somebody, you can have possessors and owners, and it can all be controlled and released through that OCC code. And so if somebody jacks your piece, they're not going to be able to legally transfer any ownership, and if they get caught doing it, it's flagged. So you can't transfer the ownership with it. And so if you're traveling with it, it's also really easy to show it's yours. So like we've talked about this, right? B.
Yeah.
Like what do they say at the airport if you're carrying a bunch of gold?
Yeah, where did you get that again?
That's what where'd you get that gold? Mm-hmm.
So yeah, this little piece here is at the bottom right on that picture, matches up with the crystal right there that I'm looking at under my microscope. So identification match. So yeah, it's pretty cool, pretty interesting. Also, we can. I'll bring up this other one. Oh, I gotta reshare my screen now. Okay. So this one is, what do you call this image, Space Miner? What kind of a photograph is this?
It's a temperature. It's a what do they call it? It's a temperature scale.
Okay.
Whoa, sorry. Oh man, what do they call this again? It's a temperature scale, high resolution image. So it's pretty much they take a bunch of laser measurements off of it, like scanning like electron measurements off of it, and then they just give you the visual data right there on a heat map to show you your heights and lows, so your valleys and your peaks. But I forget the name of the machine. It's important, and the name of the machine would tell you what type of machine is doing this, but pretty much it's just a machine that can finely measure down to like, kind of like an electron microscope looks at things, is how they measure this. So like they can literally know every little peak and scale, more than we can see. There's more information in that register to that piece than we can like visually process. So pretty much we get the summary view of it. That's how much information goes into this, just this little heat map right here. I just call it a heat map, but that little heat map has more information programmed into that than they can visually display to us. It's kind of incredible. There's 10,000 times more recognition points or more verifiability in a square millimeter of this than your fingerprint.
Yeah, the more you zoom in, the more data is available for reference checking. So it's pretty cool.
Yeah. Again, like, pixel limitations are going to keep you from displaying every crystal, that they have measured. So when you back it up against the database, even if you try to simulate it, that the database is going to have more information than you're going to be able to input. You see, so it would catch it real quick, Wow, that is incredible. There we go. I like that view. This is a different. I think a lot of people are kind of weirded out at osmium just because they've never heard of it. But you think back, and platinum had its weird moment, and then so did every platinum group metal that they started extracting out of it. Iridium and rhodium and ruthenium and
Yeah.
palladium and all these other metals that started being introduced to the market, and we didn't have nothing to do with it until the technology was there to do something with it. Now all of a sudden, look at us go with catalytic converters and petroleum processing and medical equipment, and holy moly.
Yep. So let's see if I still have it. Okay, so let's go over. So over here on this osmium identification page, so you put in that information, it'll pull up your piece, and right here it tells you. So we're looking at a small round bar. It's 0.201 grams. So we're not even, if I doubled this piece, we're still not even a half a gram yet. And grams are sold by, osmium is sold by the gram because it's such a high value density, and it's about $1,600 a gram right now. So if we look at this piece, it is
That's a 1 carat weight.
1 carat weight. It's 5 millimeters across. Its average thickness is 0.45 millimeters. It's a sparkle grade 4. And I should also probably explain there's 5 different sparkle grades. Sparkle grade 1 is the finest, all the way up to, it gets a little bit coarser at 2, 3, 4, gets even more coarse. And the sparkle grade 5 is the coarsest sparkle grade that you can get. So you're going to have the biggest facets with the high sparkle grade of 5. This is the biggest they get. So gets smoother.
Yeah, and it's not a lesser or greater. It's not like it's better or worse. It's just different. It's all about the size of that crystal.
Yeah, it's how long they allow the crystallization process to run for. If they don't let it run for very long, the crystals don't build up as big. But if they let that process keep running and running, it'll get up, that crystal builds bigger and bigger and bigger until it gets up to a sparkle grade 5, and they cut it off there, I guess. So yeah, it's just that there's more metal there, the bigger the sparkle grade is. So it's heavier. You might have 2 pieces that are both 5 millimeters wide, but a sparkle grade 1 is going to be a lot cheaper than a sparkle grade 5 in a 5 millimeter piece because you're just getting more metal built up on it. So
yeah, and we could talk about some distinct price differences between a sparkle 2 and a sparkle 5 in the same size. I mean, distinct.
right.
Just going up 1 crystal size can make $100 difference in like 4 millimeter or 5 millimeter.
Right, so this piece that I have on my microscope right now that we're looking at is for 410 euros, so that's like $415 or something like that.
Yeah, 1.2 times it by like 1.2 or something like that.
So we got blue color here saying, LBS turned you on to me. Cool, thank you, Liberty Bleeds. Thanks for coming in and checking me out. And yeah, it's rare. It is the most rare element known to man. It is the rarest stable element, I guess I should say. So the next level up is a radioactive stage. So there is denser stuff, but not that is stable and lasts. So this is the most dense, stable element. And
naturally occurring.
It's actually, to give you an idea of the density, so lead is often used to reference for weight in a small metal, and osmium is actually twice the weight of lead.
Yes, twice the dang density. Oh my goodness.
Twice the density of lead. So if you've held a little lead ball in your hand and thought, wow, that's heavy, well, osmium would be double that weight at its size. at that size. So yeah, it's the most dense element. It's one of the most noble metals in that it will not corrode. It won't
It
tarnish.
is the most noble.
It is the
The
most
most.
noble. Why did I hold back? Forgive me. It is
You're
the
so
most
modest,
noble.
B.
All right, I know, I know. And yeah, and even a modest bee like me, man, it gets pulled into such things. I mean, we're talking, it's a platinum metal byproduct. So platinum in itself is something I think that is undervalued and a good buy. But this is way more rare, and it's
1,500 times more rare than gold and 2,500 times more rare than silver.
yeah, and it's 1,500 times more rare than gold to 4,000 times more rare than gold, somewhere in that area, and that's in the wild. That's just in the earth in the wild guesstimations, but actually what gets pulled out of the ground and then refined is even way less. Like
Well, and we only get 1/10 of what's available in the platinum. So 9/10 of the available, like, so 10 parts osmium to every so much platinum, right? We're only grabbing one part, and we're 9 parts of that still remain.
wow.
In the platinum, we're only grabbing 1/10 of it out of the platinum. We're only able to extract that much out of the platinum right now.
Chef Stack Relay, what is up? What's up? What's going on?
So all those reserves, predictions of reserves and what's actually available, you have to still further count what we're actually able to extract out of those extractable reserves,
Yep.
because who cares if we get 30 grams per 10,000 tons of platinum ore if out of those 30 hypothetical grams, we're really only able to grab 3 of them, you see? And then out of that, crystal osmium, it's the rarest form of the rarest metal. What does Ian say? What was the volume of crystal osmium he said will ever be produced?
So it will be about 2 bowling balls or 10 inches cubed, right, or something like that. It's a ridiculous small amount.
Yeah, it's yeah, cubic foot maybe. Yeah, it's ridiculous, and it's even less than we originally thought. About a year ago, we discovered that, hey, we don't quite have access to as much of this as we thought we would, and so there'll be even less produced by the Osmium Institute. I think they're planning on being through all their reserves by the end of 26,
Yep,
December
2026.
26.
Will be the last production of it, and they'll have what they built up, and that's gonna be all there is. And so there's only X so much. Not everyone will be able to have any anyway, and so but by 2026, the production will be finished, and then it will just be selling out the existing reserves, and then it will be down to trading amongst people. And if this takes off in jewelry like it appears to be doing, and some, only wealthy people can afford to get into this line, you might have somebody looking for a piece that you have for a piece of their jewelry that could go for a ridiculous amount possibly. Man, look at those. Look at that. Wow, the crystallization on this piece here is just so defined and beautiful at this magnification. So this piece here, so what I have in my hand that I pulled up here on the Osmium identification page. So what I typed into the page up here, let me slide this over. So yeah, up here in this box here is where I enter this code right here. And that code identifies this piece. It brings up and it shows you, okay, that your piece should look like is in one of these pictures. And that's the identification code that goes along with it, that's built into the face of your piece. And you can see this in the store. This code is can be shown to anybody and everybody because it's basically the same as looking at the actual piece. But then if you were to buy this piece off of me, I would send you another code called an Osmium change code, and you would be the only one that would have that code, meaning you're the only one then that can buy and sell that piece. It's legally yours. You will hold the physical piece, but you'll also have the secure digital side. So if someone steals your stash and goes to resell it, it will just lead the cops back to you because you haven't authorized the sale. So it's kind of another built-in security layer that the high value density piece that you have um, is yours, and is up for you to buy, sell, trade however you see fit, but no one else can access it. So not only do you get a really unique piece of the most value dense element metal there is, you have it secured to you so that only you can move it. Only you can buy it, sell it, trade it. So a lot of security and a lot of value in a small product. So
Well, and that verifiability is real cool. Like any jeweler that puts that in their piece, like let's say you had what is a Chanel or something, right? I don't know. Pick your favorite jewelry maker, right? If that jewelry maker wanted to ensure that their piece could not be replicated or forged, all they have to do is tag it with this piece of osmium, and and you could replicate that golden ring as, I mean, to spec, but you can't replicate the osmium.
yeah.
It's unforgeable. It's unreplicable, and you just can't simulate it. You can't pack it full of anything. In fact, the institute, one of the reasons they leave it thin in these like wafer-like disc thinness is because they don't want anybody packing it. Like there is no room for a core, and
Right.
even if you could pack it with some kind of a core, it would just throw off the size. The core would probably likely never survive the process. It would, and mostly your piece would be oversized and weird. It would just, you would know, but there's nothing dense enough to pack it with. I mean, you're going to need twice as much volume in lead to equal the weight of that. And it's going to be, well over twice the size. So,
Right.
and then you still got to go through this crazy expensive process of crystallization. And so by the time you forged it's not even going to be close, and you're going to have spent enough money, you might as well just grab it in the first place.
No, yes, like UFOs, no joke here says, and it's a good comment, but can't verify without a 21st century technology. But and I see what you're saying there, indeed. But however, you can take with the dimensions that you have, you can check those dimensions and then weigh it, and because none of those things, there's nothing that can come close. Like I was just saying, that it's twice the weight of lead. So you're
Yeah, per volume.
yeah. So I mean, you can check your width, your depth, the picture of the crystalline itself, and I mean you're pretty much
Well,
pretty
and
much
on top of
verified
that,
right
the
there.
metal's naturally blue. The metal's naturally blue. The crystals are a unique crystal. Like no metal crystal grows the same. Like they're all going to have different shapes and colors and projections and sizes, and you can't grow metal crystals the same. Like yttrium, for example, is long fiber crystals, and silicon will have this ultra reflective, like super smooth, long plane crystal, and like so. The point is like there's there aren't any other metals that will crystallize like osmium. So, like right away, as long as you know what the osmium crystal looks like, you're going to know that's osmium or not. And then you got the color of it, and then you got, and then when you start looking at like dimensions, like volumes, that's going to be a dead giveaway. And then there's just plain all the weight of it, the inertia of it in your hand. When you pick up osmium, there is nothing else like it. Iridium, you can get close with iridium, but iridium looks nothing like osmium, right? And so it really is easy to inform yourself and be sure of your purchase when you're dealing with osmium because of how unique it is. So
Yeah.
I don't think it does take modern technology. I think a lot of your plain view technology, like your eye, does work really well for this metal. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I can spot a sparkle grade,
Yep.
and I can identify this crystal amongst others. And so I don't know. I don't really think it is comparable to any other metal in the sense of like being fooled by it. Now, if you've never held osmium or seen osmium crystal before,
Sure.
yeah, you better trust your source to start with.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, but and I mean that's like you're saying without technology. If you get into that, but with technology, where we're at, I mean most of the time, if you like, you can check the piece that you buy with the Osmium Institute, and that's a complete separate, organization than mine. So if it matches up, that's pretty sure. And then once you have that from there on out in the future, you can always, what your piece looks like, and it would be easy to tell from there on.
Well, and you're also backed up by a network, of certified representatives, people that have been trained specifically and tested and vetted, to recognize and certify and verify your metals, pretty easily. And so I think the network is another aspect of it that is a security, in the sense that you can go anywhere. And as long as you can get a hold of a representative, I mean, somebody will check it out and say yes or no.
Right.
So.
Yeah, so we have.
I don't know. It's a new age, isn't it?
That's what UFO says. The brave new world. So
it is.
So yeah. Who was it? Okay, UFO again says he bought 2 pieces of ancient silver and is going to turn them into jewelry. So right now, if you look on the screen that I'm showing, that is an ancient coin as well. Not this exact piece, but I also have that same idea. I'm going to be having an ancient coin made into jewelry as well. So, yeah,
that's great.
That's a good idea you're onto there. I'm on that same road.
You guys talking Brave New World, man? Oh my goodness, smashing up ancient coins. What's wrong with you?
Yeah, I know. That's pretty much the reaction of everybody that you talk to about it. It's like, oh yeah.
No, I think it's gonna be cool, man.
Yeah, people just don't understand it. And UFO saying, yeah, he's just trying to grasp the market for osmium. Yeah, I mean, it took me a good minute to wrap my head around osmium as well, But and Athens, Attica, yeah, the Athenian owl, cool.
Guys, osmium was easy for me to wrap my head around with, and that's just because, like right away I was open to platinum, and so pretty much anything that comes out of platinum was easy for me to adapt to, because platinum's easy to track, and platinum's easy to account for, and platinum's easy to predict, and platinum's pretty economically stable, and so pretty much if you're going to have a swing in platinum, then anything that's in your platinum is going to swing even harder. So that's really the simplicity of it. Rhodium used to be foreign to most people, and now people don't blink about getting a rhodium oxide coating on their coin, and now it's worth a lot more.
Yeah.
And that's just a small amount of rhodium. We've already been messing with it with palladium, platinum and palladium coins. Well, you know, congratulations, you're in PGMs.
Yeah.
So it's just one more away. It's just another platinum group metal. And it just so happens to be the best of them for for all utility sense and like chemical sense. It's undissolvable. I mean, that's crazy to think to start.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it's not like any other metal, and that alone is crazy that it can't be destroyed so easily. Like,
What the fuck was that? Hold on. Jesus, mate, what the fuck was that about? All right. Sorry about that. You there?
Yeah, I just heard loud explosions, but
Yeah, my wife's being crazy right now. Like, you want to get shot? Jeez. That's a.
Sorry, everybody.
it's all good. Need some excitement up in here.
Yeah. So, do you know what ancient coin you're going to use for your ring?
I do. At least the one that I think I'm going to. Yes, and it was. I don't want to give. I don't want to give it away. But well, I probably can. So there's this, and actually, I missed the very coin that I should have bought, and I was just scared to buy it with that. It was kind of expensive, and I was a little worried to take something that expensive and turn it into jewelry. But I wish I would have done it because it really was the perfect piece. And you have to find something that the image that you're trying to get is in the outer quarter of the. Let me grab my pointer here. So if you're making a coin ring, you really have this outer quarter inch of the coin to work with. That's the image you're going to get. You're going to punch out the middle of the coin, so that goes away. So you really just have kind of this from the middle, about 3/4 of the way out to the edge is what you're going to be capturing. So the image that needs to look good on that outside quarter of an inch. And there's a crab that has its pinchers right up kind of at the. Oh my goodness, back out. Come on. So it has its pinchers kind of at the edge of the coin, and it shows it was really good detail in the claws, and I think it would look really good on a coin. And I should have just bought it because now I can't find another one in that good a condition for that price. So it goes with ancient coins. You kind of got to be patient and keep your eye out for something that will work for you and is priced somewhere in your area. But yeah. Sound off. Gerald says sound off. Yes, very cool, Gerald. Yeah, I wish. Hey, if you have time, Gerald, or something, you should shoot me over an email. If you're okay with me having your email, because that way it's easy for me to talk with you and keep it somewhat private. Unless you want to discuss it with everybody here on the channel, which I'm okay with doing as well. But just consider it of your privacy. Yeah, all right. Well, yeah, no, it was a great time down there in New Orleans. Lots of cool new people. I hope to get some of the people that I met down there on my channel, so hopefully we'll be bringing in some new content from other sources that I didn't have before, so I'm excited about that. Yeah, and then excited to see what we come up with going forward. So me and Space Miner, we each have. Can we drop the news here about your state?
Do it, man.
So yeah, so Space Miner is the official representative for New Mexico and the Osmium Institute. And the B at LLC is representative of Colorado for the Osmium Institute. So we're excited and excited about the metal, excited about precious metals in general, excited about the community, excited that we get to work together with everybody and in this brave new world that we're talking about. And indeed, it is indeed that. There are some things that, this brave new world's going to be bringing at us that, I might need some support from you guys out there as well. It is indeed a brave new world, and I like having this community that we can come out and talk and go over some of the things that we think are near and dear and precious and important. So, yeah, hopefully I'm anxious to set something up in the future, whether it's the Osmium Symposium or the Osmium, what Osmium event of 2025, whatever we come up with to pull in the stacking community, the precious metals community, the online community as well. So yeah, I'm excited for the coming year. What do you have anything to add on to that, Mr. Space Miner?
Oh man, I learned a lot over this past year and made a lot of crazy mistakes, made a lot of crazy choices. But hitting that investment conference and stepping outside of my box and outside of my paradigms was really refreshing and motivating. And so I've got high aspirations for 25. And I just kind of want to remind everybody that just because we're passionate, and talking about a metal that maybe you're not familiar with, like, look, we're not trying to steal the gold out of your hands and make you change your metal over, man. We're handing you a hammer and telling you to put it in your toolbox. We don't expect you to hammer everything. So like this, osmium and other precious and rare metals that we're going to be talking about are they're just here for all of our benefits at the end of the day, and we just want to spread the love and the knowledge and the information. And I'd say I'm just happy to be part of this community. I couldn't have done anything without y'all, and I wouldn't be here without all y'all's wisdom and advice and lessons and shared stories and friendship. So thank you.
Yeah, indeed, awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. And on top of that is, I agree with Space Miner on the whole. We're not, trying to force you into or sell you into anything. The whole precious metals thing is something that, as much as I've tried to force on people, it's something that you have to make the decision on yourself. I think it's a great idea. It's been good for me. I wasn't good with money. Before I got into precious metals, and the only savings I have is because of precious metals. So for me, it was a really good choice. But before you go jumping into some of the specialty metals, definitely build up your core stack of just silver rounds, silver coins. I like both. I like to have just big bullion bars to save on premium costs. But before I did that, I had some actual coinage that was from from countries backed by governments, and then why not also go into just the bullion itself? Get a bunch of rounds, for easily breaking it down. You could even do some 90%. But once you have that core base silver stack with a little bit of gold, maybe even a bit of platinum. Now that you kind of have it rounded off, now is when, that's when I got excited about osmium, because I had my base of silver, I have a little bit of gold. Of course, I always want more, but it's just that side horse that has, some different possibilities aligned with it, but yet still so many of the things that I like in the other precious metals go along with it. So it's just another side horse, as I like to say, in the corner stall that I'm excited about. And yeah, so you want to throw something on top of that? I see.
No, man, you're really not. I really like the side horse aspect because you're right. It's just a different ride.
Yeah.
You know, it's a different ride. It's a different race. It's a different event. You
Totally,
know, and
totally different. Because even like if you're going liquidity, always be thinking about liquidity. I mean, you want to take all of these things into your mind as you're going into them. Liquidity and gold and liquidity and silver is usually pretty good. Especially if you're stacking for a long time and you have some of that equity built in, the prices went up on you, you don't have to worry so much about your premium because the price has already gone up enough. You can turn that around and sell it right away, and you're not at a loss. You'll probably be at a gain if you've been in it for a while. So you want that quick liquidity of your base metal. You're not looking for any huge gains. There are some possibilities where we're at in the life right now in the world is kind of a unique thing with the precious metals. So there is a possibility of a big jump. But overall, I just look at it as a wealth preservation with a little bit of upside on the way, kind of keeping up with inflation. Whereas with something like osmium, you have such a pop possibility there, such a growth possibility that you may not see um, elsewhere. So yeah, it's a different metal. It's gonna have a different liquidity aspect to it. So if you go to sell it, you're gonna have to find the person that wants your piece. Not saying that's a problem, but it's not gonna be like you can go to any of your bullion dealers near you, even a pawn shop, which I do not recommend. Don't take your stuff to a pawn shop. But I mean, you even
don't
could.
take it. Stop.
Right, never take it to one. But you even could if you had to. That I mean, it's so liquid all across the world. That's what's great about precious metals. Anywhere in the world you're at, it has liquidity. Osmium is a new thing, so yeah, I think you're gonna have buyers for it, but they're gonna be high-end buyers, and it might take a bit more time to find a match. But yeah, so different games, but it's good to have your base covered, and then it's a little bit more fun to have that side horse like we're talking about. So
You nailed it, bro. I mean,
cool.
that's it. I mean, I really want to say this though. I'm so grateful you mentioned, to have that base stack,
Yeah.
and I'm like, it's so important to have a good foundation to build on,
Yes, sir.
so that, because it gives you those options, at long plays, short plays, quick turns, and you can't, unless you have a common fallback position, unless you have exit strategies, because osmium is a long-term play. It's not for a quick flip. It's not a quick flip metal.
Right.
This is a long-term investment, and there are better metals for guys flipping,
Right. Right.
but there are also better metals for long-term investments, and sometimes you got to see into the future. But anyways, I was just super happy and thankful that, that modesty and that humility that comes with stacking, like it takes time, and you got to do it right, and you got to have exit, and you got to have good foundation, and you can't just run around playing wingnut with, tellurium or something, So
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we have, it's amazing how they keep kicking that can down the road in the monetary system, and I keep just thinking, okay, well, it's gonna be wrapping up here soon, but I think we got another fairly decent little kick here, where it's even given me a little bit more time, and that just brings a smile to my face, because the more time you have, that's my type of stacking, slow and steady. But over time, man, it adds up, and you just got to keep at it, a little bit at a time. keep going. That as long as that can keeps bumping down the road, the more tools you're getting your toolbox to be able to fix the problems that are coming down the line. So yeah,
Yeah.
that's my take.
Tool for every job and a job for every tool. You know?
There you go. With only enough to get an ounce of platinum now, this is like 25x is expensive, but I cannot spend a small portion of a disc, can I? Yes, let me double check that. With only enough to get an ounce of platinum, now this is like 25x is expensive, that I cannot spend a small portion of a disc, can I? Question mark. Well, this disc right here that is a D7. Oh wow, really, camera? So it's a D7. So that's 7 millimeters across. As you can see, it's a pretty fine sparkle grade. So this piece is like we just pull it up. Well, this is it. No, that's the difference. So the piece under the microscope is actually a 5 millimeter. The one in my hand here is a 7 millimeter. But the 5 millimeter under the microscope is up here on the. Oh, you can't see that. Well, I share my screen. It shows 409 euros. So for this, I'll just pull it out. For this piece here, that is a D5. You're looking at like $400. So for a $1,000 platinum piece, you could basically probably double this disc size. So you could probably get a 14 millimeter disc, which is a pretty good sized disc for $1,000. Or you could get a heavier sparkle grade and maybe go for like double this size or something, but a little bit heavier sparkle.
Or capture a whole bunch of smaller pieces in advance. That way you make it a little bit more fungible in a moment.
Yep. You could pick up these little eyes, and you can make all kinds of different designs with these. So yeah, there's definitely different ways of going about it. So one of the things that I would like to do that I thought would be cool is like the way whoever machined this, maybe I can get a hold of the guy that machined this piece. But I thought, man, wouldn't it be cool to right there where it says 999 to put where the primer would be, to drill that down a little bit like a primer and pop a piece of osmium in there.
Oh, dude, that'd be dope.
And you'd have, it would look just like a real a primer, except it would be osmium. I think that'd be so sick.
Oh my goodness, that'd be dope, dude.
Yeah, lots of different cool things you can do with it.
It's very easy to work with too.
The die that I was showing at the investment conference is like one of my favorite pieces. That looks so good with those little dots filled with osmium for a die, for dice. Oh, too cool.
Those are 3 millimeter osmium diamonds too. They're little guys, but they go a long way. As soon as that light, that's what's cool about osmium. Like, inside and under camera, it's hard to show, like, really how big they appear in real life. Like, the moment that sun or that, like, a good LED hits them, I swear they double in size. It's like, it's incredible how much they just all of a sudden they explode, and like you really feel like you get a lot more in your hand than you're showing. Right. I think it's cool. So.
Oh, welcome in. Good to see you. How are you doing? Indeed. So what are you going to say on this eye that we're looking at? It's probably looking like a 3 maybe, a 2, a 3, 2, a heavy 2 or a light 3. What do you think?
Oh my goodness. I'd say that's a 3. And I'd say that because of some of these, if you look there towards the bottom, you see that nice little tower sitting in the bottom left corner.
Yep.
And then look midway, that looks like a really big valley.
Yeah, that's probably definitely at least a 3, huh? Yeah.
I'd say a 3 if I had to guess.
I think you're probably right. Should we pull it up just to play around and see where we're at?
Do it. Let's see if we're seeing those structures right too.
All right, let's share my screen here.
Man, I keep wanting to take some of my eyes and make like dangly earrings for the girls. You know, like a little dangly
Right.
pendant necklace.
Yep.
I think they'd be lightweight enough, to be acceptable on the ear, and they'd have 1,000 more sparkle points than any diamond they cut up in that size.
Yeah. So here we're over at the Osmium identification page again. So I'm gonna put in this code right here on the bottom of the container here, right into this Osmium identification code page, and it is A dash FCYR dash EEH7. Okay, and it's gonna pull up our piece here. Oh, sparkle grade 3s! Bam! We got
Booyah.
Yep. So this is about a $70 piece here, this eye. So nice place to start. So yeah, you got your grade picking down pretty good there, Space Miner.
Yeah, it's hard to tell, man. I mean, a strong 3 could be a smaller 4.
Right,
Strong
and 2, or yeah. But yeah, no, we both
some of these 2s
are
are hitting like 3s.
right.
Man, that's awesome. And on the app, you can track the price of osmium too. They provide a nice little chart.
Yeah.
Now, the thing about osmium, here's something people need to understand when they're looking at like price charts for osmium. It's not a spot price; it's a market price. So these guys that are offering all their different prices and they have their different charts for osmium, they're all going to be a bit different, and it's going to be determined by, everything from their man hour to their energy cost to how much it costs them to actually get the osmium in their hand. And so it's not publicly traded. And so everything is private pricing. And so that's something that needs to be considered when you're shopping around osmium. It's not like one price. There's a lot of things that go into figuring out the price of osmium.
Right, so this piece here, again, where you can see on the picture that I'm pulling off the web, off the Osmium Institute, you can see their blown up picture of the eye here. And at the bottom left, you can see where it's sheared off at a little bit of a kitty corner angle. And then on the bottom right, you can see there's a little piece sticking out. So if you come over here now to my microscope piece, let me put some light on it here. And you can see there's that sheared off piece. Oh, let me get a little bit better angle here. There's that sheared off corner. And that little piece kicking off to the right there. See that? Yeah, you can see that corner on the bottom left is coming off at a kitty quarter angle, sheared off there. You can see that fairly well. And then let me see if I can highlight that piece coming off the bottom right. Oop.
There we go, a little bit of light on there. Get that blue back.
I'm trying to get that angle just right. Come on now.
Yeah, because one of the good markers is those right where they finish their cut.
Yep.
There's always like a little lip right there. That's one good way to orient your piece.
Yeah, let me flip it over and come this way. I bet it won't get a different angle.
Yeah, so where's the cut corner on that high resolution?
So it's on On their picture, it's on the bottom left is an angle shear, and the bottom right has a little piece that kicks off to the.
Yeah, so orient off to that little kickoff piece because that's where they finish their cut.
Right, so I can see it right there. I don't know if you guys can, but it's right there. It's kicking off to
Yeah,
the
there it
top
is.
left.
It's that tower.
Yep, top left is the kick out, and the top right is the shear. The sheared side. Come on.
Yeah, this probably shows a lot better on your screen, doesn't it?
Probably. I'm having a little bit of trouble getting.
Oh yeah, look at that big sparkle. I love that when that happens.
Alright, well.
Oh, I see it now. I see that little leg.
Yeah, leg kicking off up there.
Uh-huh.
And I can see the shear pretty good too, but you might not be able to.
All right.
But yeah, so it's fairly easy to identify, especially with a microscope.
Can we blow up the high resolution picture where it's the same size as the microscope picture? Or do like the heat map maybe?
There we go. Let me, okay, oh, there we go. Okay, see, let me.
Yeah, make it. Just match those images up. Yeah, those little microscopes are funny. They go all inverted and do weird stuff to you.
Closer. Start cutting my light off at a certain closeness here. I should take it out of the package and I could get even closer.
Oh, that's in the package?
Yeah.
That explains a little bit.
But yeah, see right there, now if I could get my light just right. I mean, that shows pretty good the sheared off edge there. Let me get the light on that so it, come on.
I have never worked with anything that is so difficult to film and take pictures of, and it's just
Yeah, well,
it's
earlier
so
I had
complicated it confuses technology.
Yeah, I had it earlier, some of the best pictures I've gotten from it, so a little bit of practice and trial and error. But yeah, let's see, I can't really catch that front corner. I can't get it to light up as well as I want it to.
About a 30-degree angle on the light.
It doesn't want to. I can see it, but I can't get the angle.
Dude, where's your gel pen? Where's your gel pen?
Well, yeah, maybe I'll just take it out of the thing here. You're gonna make me work at it. Let me get my. We'll do it right.
It'll be so much easier with the pen.
And I'll take it out so I can see what the heck I'm doing.
You're just gonna thank yourself for this in a minute. No, but this is great that you're doing the real work of certifying this piece. This is how it's done. You get in there and you view it and you find those little mountain peaks and you find those little valleys and you find those little odd points and you find as many as possible.
Got it on its side right now. I'm gonna see if I can get that. Oh,
Here we go. figuring this out?
I think so.
Alright. Forget about it, huh?
Okay, this is a side shot.
Oh, I love those cross-section views.
Oh, I just bumped it over. So that is the back. So this is the back. If anybody wants to see what the back looks like up close, let me get that in there. So it's actually pretty sparkly here on this back. Look at that. Pretty fine, but that's pretty sparkly there on the back too.
Wow, man. You know, that's actually one of the cooler parts about like the lower sparkles. Like as you get down into the lower sparkle numbers, you actually start to get more sparkly on the back.
Oh.
You know,
So
because it hasn't had as much time to grow in against the base either.
So you can see that piece kicked off to the side really easy on the back there. You see how it's kicking out there? That little point on the corner?
Yeah, there it is.
So now
wow, it is so blue, dude. Look at it. It's so freaking blue.
I'm going to flip it over here.
That's so cool. Yeah, it's like crazy how blue that metal is. Oh man, and if you put it on the back of silver, whenever you look at it, like to like verify your piece or whatever, or just to kind of like get contrast, put it on the back of silver. Holy moly, it just shows really how blue it is really fast. Dark.
I bet.
Yeah, there it is.
Okay. Light. Camera. Action. Okay, let me zoom in on the middle here while we see if I can get my zoom.
Dude, I've really grown to like the eyes. I don't know what it is about them. I think it's like they're like little mini bars to me, you know?
Yeah.
But you know, you don't know how tempted I've been to just kind of like dump them all out of the jar and like just hold like a pile of them in my hands.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! But then it'd be a nightmare sorting them out. If I ever even cared. I mean, like, look, the OIC and the OCC is not like a necessity. Like, you know, hypothetically, I've thought about this before, and I've been kind of curious to try it out. Is I've thought about writing the next ownership to the bearer, you know, bearer of goods, bearer of tangible, you know, and just kind of like writing an open title, you know, and sending a fresh OCC, you know, out to it.
Yeah.
And it's like, because if you didn't care about that, like if you didn't care about verifying it and you didn't, like you just trusted it was going to be cool to verify or whatever, I mean, really, you don't need to have all that. You could hypothetically just write a dead end slip, you know, and send it to a burner email address. We're the last one that'll ever be there. No more OCs, or the last existing OC, I should say. It's the last existing, OCC, and that's the piece you could carry around. But if, like, when it goes into jewelry, like, some people are just like leaving their plastic cases behind and their OICs, and they really don't care.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and you can obviously have your, if you have it put into jewelry, you can send in a piece and have it documented, and that jewelry piece can become a code as well. So, well, I mean, it's the piece within the jewelry, but you're making a new code with the combination, so you can, like, identify it that way as well.
Well, I mean, hypothetically, we could look. I don't want to speak matter of factly here. I'm just dreaming a little bit, but I'm thinking that it should really be as simple as, like, take it to the institute and then literally just rescan the thing and then cross reference the data that's available, because all these are saved.
Yeah.
Every piece is registered.
Yeah, no, you can do that for sure.
Yeah, and it's part of the customs process, by the way. Is that this system was designed in a way for adaptation and growth within the customs system. And so what I mean by that is, like, they designed it in a way like where that first prefix where you're dealing with the letter I, right? So they use the first letter on your OIC is A. And for whatever reason, that means, like, shapes and numbers and letters and stuff, okay? But you get that first one is the letter A, and then it's the 8 random digits, right? But if you go over to your diamonds, you're going to see D, and that's for your diamond, and then you'll see a number right next to the D, which indicates the size, right? And you'll find this common through, like, anything that has, like, a size. So pretty much if it's not a letter A, then it's going to have a size reference right next to it. And so, like, your diamonds and your stars, your stars will say S3, and that indicates the radius that was cut from it. So the swoop in your star, that swooping shape that a star makes.
Okay.
It's that circle that was cut from it. It was a 3 millimeter circle cut from it, right? And so it's a star 3. If you got a star 4, it would mean that curvature between your vertical and horizontal, would be a 4 millimeter had been cut from it. A 4 millimeter diamond had been cut from all 4. And so the star that remains is the star 4. And then, but everything else does this pretty much. So at some point, all your diamonds, you have a D7. It's a 7 millimeter. Yeah. So never mind. The whole point was that falls under, whatever category it is, which is, so this all has to do with, like, your MSDS and your Bill's draft, right? So whatever your cargo is, they need to know, and they need to have an MSDS with it, so they design this in a way where they're like, look, you'll know everything that's going through based on this prefix, right? And then each piece can be accounted for, as it's crossing these international lines with its individual 8-digit randomized code. You see?
Yeah.
And so it makes customs really easy. And that way, if they want to grow a piece, all they have to do is add in a prefix. You see? And then the rest can just be sized out according to this method. And so all they have to do is add a prefix, and then everything else is under code. And so it makes, like, so everything, like, everywhere that we have customs agreements, it's like a really simple customs code that's recognized and easy to track and verify, and so it makes like customs travel really easy, and most of it's duty free. So
Yeah, and so it's recognized, it's accepted, so like high value, high density values can be transported, moved, and this is a good solid way of doing it where you can provide anything and everything needed to make sure that the process goes swimmingly, whereas would be a little bit tougher in other areas perhaps.
or you can be ultra discreet with it. I've
Right.
literally, before I was an institute, I had literally registered some of these to people as under Joe Schmo.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like literally, I just always warned them you might want to change that at some point. I don't know how many Joe Schmoes there are still. You know,
Right.
but for real, like you can be pretty discreet about this as long
Yep.
as you have a good email to get that OCC. Like at the end of the day, that's really
Yep.
the most important thing, and that's if you care about even transferring it.
Right.
Because honestly, you can go get it tested and show them that it's good osmium, and you have good osmium 5 9 bonding to start. So like it helps you like register, document it, and like hand it over and trust it and keep it, and
Yep.
it's just all beneficial to us, not necessity.
Yeah, it made me
So
wonder when I was first looking into it, but once you get your head wrapped around it, it's pretty not something that worries me. Whereas you might initially kind of wonder about it, but once you figure it out, it's
well, I've
actually
heard people
comforting.
worry about it, like how am I supposed to sell it? So I can't sell it without this, and like no, you can definitely sell it. It's like nothing's stopping you, man. It's free trade, private metal.
Right. Yeah, and that's cool. I mean, you can trade it, sell it. You can hand it down to your kids, pass it on. You can, it's, yeah, you can do about whatever you want with it. So. And the main thing is right is preserving your wealth with something. I mean, that's what all the precious metals have going for them, and possibly some just regular metals that are. I mean, really, yeah. Any commodity really that's physical. When you get into the dollar being printed at the rate we are today, anything that's real and physical becomes better than holding dollars. We may not be there yet, but with the metals we are.
Yeah, I mean, how long? Like, look, man, this world is growing every day. I mean, we got more people coming in. We got more people coming into the world, more people coming into markets, more people coming into industries, more technologies coming out every day, more demand, more demand, more demand, less resources, and it's just kind of the way it is.
Yeah.
And I mean, yeah,
Yeah, but that
so
it's
pretty much anything you're holding, like you said, pretty much anything you hold is going to be worth more than it was before.
yeah.
You know?
Yeah, and we're in a unique time where that's the case, and you want to be careful, like, if you would have been in, like, say, the 1800s or whatever, and you're behind your horse and plow, and you're plowing in your wheat, and somebody was talking to you, and they told you that by 2020 the population would be where it's at today. You would, as that farmer, you would look at that and say, well, there's no way that's going to work. There's no way we can provide that much food, to that many people. But then over the process, look at all the technology that's came along with that, allowing us, great big combines and plows and planters and, there's been a lot of people that, and that's a big thing with the climate, right? By 2018 or something, all the polar bears were going to have disappeared and the ice was going to melt. There's all these predictions, but, somehow it seems to, everything seems to find a way to support itself pretty much at keel, except for these fiat currencies that we get ourselves into, where it gets just so crazy, and it amazes me, Space Miner, it amazes me that something that everyone uses, the dollar, and that can be so key, could be manipulated at such a great amount. Like, that boggles my mind that we can be a people that is this far, ahead in life, or that have this many inventions, but yet you ask what, 95 out of 100 people, they're not going to understand the devaluing dollar subject. They're not. It's not on their. Like, even with people who talk about inflation, like inflation in this past year has got a lot more people know that word inflation today than they did a couple years ago, right? Like, it's talked about now a lot more than it was. But even when you talk about people and inflation, a lot of them will just think that, oh, that's just when the prices of stuff goes up. Like, that's how they understand it. And they'll often attribute that to, oh, the grocery stores being greedy, or, So,
Yeah, the knee-jerk responses.
yeah, it baffles me that it's so integral in the world's economy, yet so few people realize what's happening, and that to me is amazing. And that I know it, and I'm not like a smart person, I didn't go to college, I didn't go, and it seems kind of basic and easy to understand once you understand it. And so that's what boggles my mind, that so many people don't. And it causes so much chaos, and yet it's still misunderstood.
You know what cued me onto it initially, even before the silver and gold, was renting. You know, I just grew so damn sick of my money not showing itself. You know what I mean? Like, I make all this money and it's just going into where? And like, I'm never richer any other day, and just growing so sick of dang renting that I had to grab a piece of land somewhere, and I literally picked the cheapest piece of land I could find. But
Hey,
it was literally the cheapest piece of land I could find, literally. But
hold that thought one
when
second.
I grabbed it, I was.
How do I?
Sorry, go ahead, please.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to shout out Liberty Bleeds Silver, Lisa Anderson, Niels Han Dynasty. Thanks for popping in, guys. Sorry, Space.
Oh, okay, we got all sorts of family up in here. Right. I didn't realize. And now I realize I'm in a safe zone again, so I'm like, whoop whoop.
So you finally got tired of rent, and you went to look for a house, and that kind of started cluing you into things.
Just a piece of land, bro. Not even a house. Just a piece of land. It was my first, like, outside of like a pickup or something, or a rifle. Like, dude, this was real value. That, and I remember the ability to stop renting. Just, it changed everything in my mind. Because I was like, where else is my freaking money going? Into this fluid state. And I realized I don't have anything, like, if like, because my bank sucks, right? And every time there was a glitch in my damn bank, here I am. It didn't matter how much money I had in the freaking bank,
Yeah.
And that one kind of struck me too. And I was like, like, land and metal, land and metal. And once you got your land and metal, and hopefully you're growing some food or something for yourself,
Yep.
And becoming, and then it was like solar, introduced solar into my life. And all of a sudden, I'm independent of these systems that I was once dependent upon.
Yeah.
Yep. And like, when I wasn't dependent on paying the rent, now all I have is a yearly tax, right? That was a big relief. And then the solar, that was a huge relief.
Yeah.
And then, to break the cycle, I started trucking water just to get off a water pipe, you know, and now I get better water, right? And it's just like, but my money was also worthless to me, always devalued, and I was never getting anything back from it. And so I did the cryptos to get, and that turned around the money, but I never trusted them. And I just always wanted something in my hand. And then, so I started buying precious metals, and boom, freaking, I'm like, dude, this is the way.
Wow. So
Stay debt free.
you actually got into crypto before you got into metals. That's interesting.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Like, well, I tried playing stocks and but without putting a whole bunch into the bank, it's hard to move the stocks in a meaningful way, you know?
Yeah.
And I really wanted the ability to be able to move quickly, and so I got into the crypto because I could literally buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, buy, sell, play that shit all day, capturing 1%, 2% at a time,
Yeah.
In and out, same day, in and out, same day. Is just kind of my safe zone, right?
Yeah.
But what I hated, you're always fighting all these digital systems, and it's always 20 middlemen, and you're losing all this profits on this, and when really silver, I can go down to a guy here, and I don't sign nothing, I don't show no IDs, I toss silver on the desk, and he tosses me cash if I need it.
Yep.
Yeah. I pay one of my friends in silver whenever he does work for me. He takes silver for my work.
Nice.
And
I've noticed with silver, once you get it in your hand, it can really stay there for a long time, and you don't have any codes saying to you, oh please, yeah, we know this is your account, your credentials are right, but we sent you a passcode to some email that I hardly use anymore. You got to go find that passcode. Hopefully you can get it entered in time. In fact, renting that room out in New Orleans, we ran into that problem, right? Where I'm trying to get this code in there, and I'd already paid, and then the lady's like, oh, you got declined. It was because your card got declined. And I'm like, it was never because my card got declined, because I never got the code in there so they could run it. And it's just
stupid digital systems, they're nightmares.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it have been easier to slap some fucking silver up there and call it done?
Exactly. Yeah, you can't get that ripped away from you. That value sits there and slowly occurs more wealth over time. And once those things dawned on me, I was like, oh my goodness, you gotta be kidding me.
Well, I noticed it through here. Let me capture something real quick because you said something. I noticed with Bitcoin, because they say a Bitcoin is a Bitcoin and a dollar is a dollar. Is the statement, right?
Yeah.
But when you're playing crypto and you're one of the things I was doing was I was also using, foreign currencies, transition between a foreign currency and then back into my currency or something to the like, right? But, I noticed you look at Bitcoin, under our dollar, and it looks a certain way. Then you look at it under a shekel, and it looks a whole nother way, and then a ruble a whole nother way, blah, blah, blah. But I started looking at silver and gold because originally I was playing those in a crypto form. I was trading XRP for gold on Uphold.
Oh.
And so I was like, well, it's pretty slow, is what I thought, compared to crypto, it's pretty slow or whatever.
Sure.
But what I noticed was, I was like, holy shit. I said, that's not the price of gold going up so much as it is. That's our dollar losing its ass. Because you look at it under a Swiss franc or something,
Yep.
and it wasn't nearly as dramatic.
Yep.
And then you look at ours and you're like, holy shit, and I know being in America, I can own gold and silver and platinum and whatever the heck I want. I can hold freaking radioactive uranium if I want, And so why not own practical metal?
Right.
You know?
Yeah.
Is that weird?
No, it's just yeah. I mean, it's just too simple almost, and yet I don't know. People haven't noticed it yet, so
Well, it's because we can't freaking use it. We got to start using it amongst each other, you
yeah,
know?
yeah. And that yeah, that's kind of a thing too. Is we need to get our other roads up. Like we need to put them in place now, and that's one thing. Like I have is that so I know a ranch, and they're all grass fed beef, no vaccination, blah blah blah, everything that I would want. And so I buy my meat like a cow at a time or a half a cow, go in with people, and I pay in precious metals. So I'm already establishing that line, and
That's awesome, dude. What a great connection.
yeah, and then that's what I think we need to do more of, and I'm looking to do more of is create those at least avenues so that you slowly work on them over time so that when it does or if it becomes more important or even just getting that method opened up and in use is going to be we might as well start doing that stuff now. And then it seems like once you start working at an angle, more things start happening, and pretty soon it gets better and better and bigger and bigger. And so I think we need to start doing some of that, in the on our side in the precious metals world. Start advancing some of those angles where we're paying for things in precious metals and establishing ways of trade and communication and yeah.
Maybe we should do like a barter market Sunday or something, you know? Like
Yeah, yeah, yeah. That would be
people get involved and do like barter markets and everybody gets in and offers trades and stuff like that and just see how far it can go,
dude. That'd be
you know?
pretty cool. Have like a precious metals and barter webpage where you could put precious metals that you have that you're willing to trade and put like a piece that you want willing to trade for this piece and just put it up there and then everybody that goes there and looks can see, oh, I could make that trade happen, or and then just have other trade there as well, like, oh, I'm looking for you know whatever it might
A
be.
mechanic.
Well, yeah, even outside of precious metals though, like oh, I'm looking for an old buck knife that has these reeded edges or whatever it is. Uh, some
I like that.
a bow and arrow or whatever your thing that you're looking for is. Just kind of a barter page and a precious metals page, and yeah, who knows where that goes. It seems like I heard of somebody doing that too, but yeah, it'd be a good idea. Just
I
get
don't
those.
know. I'd be interested in joining that if somebody was doing that.
Yeah,
Like, because I'm always willing to barter. Usually I'm cash broke, dude. Like, because I don't like my money just sitting around. And so usually I try to use it and, for something. Figure I'll get the money back later is my attitude,
yeah,
you know. God takes care of me, and I got to be a responsible, person with the money,
right.
and it's not responsible to just go bury it in a field somewhere. It just where it just degrades away, right? So do something with your damn money while it's worth something.
Yep,
It's my attitude.
yep,
I could spend it while it's worth something. Everybody's like, save your nickels and dimes. And I'm like, fuck that. Spend it while it's worth something, man.
yeah, yep,
Get out of your freaking USD. Put
yep,
it into something that's going to be worth something later. You know,
yep.
like
Yeah,
if you're not going to see that in a year, it's probably not worth your money.
right. Yes. Yeah, I definitely get rid of my cash dollars as fast as I can. I mean, I keep a little as a base to have little cash if everything goes down. But other than that, I move it out as fast as I can. And I do actually keep my pocket change over the paper. Like the change itself will last longer than the paper bill because of it's actually a physical thing that's a metal and it's not devaluing as fast. Even like the nickel. So they took the copper out of our pennies, right? And so a copper penny is now like 4 cents or something, where it was, a cent. But now its copper value is like 4 times what the penny was supposed to be. But now even nickel is starting to or zinc, and nickel is becoming, going up in value. So yeah, those even our clad coins are going to be more valuable than our paper notes in valuing. But yeah.
Dude, I think you just stuck your foot in a rabbit hole, but you didn't look in it, man. Is fucking you said something that intrigued me. You made mention like it's almost like the owning of a tangible of like your metals.
Mm-hmm.
It self budgets you. Like it's not easily readily able to spend, right?
Yeah.
Like it every purchase is meaningful all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And that value is like when you're holding on to like oh man, I had these Cook Islands that I loved it, nice ships. And I love those, man. I was like, oh, and so like I did everything in the world to avoid spending those.
Yep.
And but maybe that's part of what this psyop is all about, is like, look, this credit cards, these debits, these auto pays, these tap to pays. Studies have shown that, man, people are like, the easier it is to spend the money, the easier it is to spend the money.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yep.
And it really is that freaking simple. And when it's just so easy, it's not as easy to account for on the way because you're moving so quickly, you're not really thinking about it.
Right.
And it kind of promotes that buy attitude, that consumer attitude, but like you have no foundation, you're living in a constant debt.
Yep.
But because it's easy,
Right. Yeah, and so once you get that base, it brings a whole new world of understanding in, and suddenly you're considering your purchase, knowing that okay, I could put this into silver, and instead of losing your value forever, it would take that value and actually slowly appreciate more and more over time, and that really makes you think about where you're putting your fiat.
Well, and if a guy is real patient, like, look, you're not going to know. Like when I started stacking, I didn't notice the benefit right away, right? Like, it didn't happen fast. But after a while of cycling, eventually, your purchases were a long time ago now, and now, like, it doesn't matter if you take a hit when you sell it because you're still in the profit zone.
Yep.
Which is a real nice fucking feeling,
Sure.
And so, yeah, you're right about that, man. Like it's really, you get a lot of satisfaction in knowing you won.
Yeah.
And then you just live in that cycle, just keep buying and just keep selling, buy what's current and sell what's past,
Yep.
and it's pretty easy to live in it once you got moving in it.
Yeah. Yep, and looks like they've kicked the can down the road a little bit further, so I'm stacking my stack a little bit higher.
What's that say about what's coming up, though? So if they're going to be dropping those metal prices, like, that's, I suppose everybody's like got a positive attitude to the economy coming up. Do you think we're going to actually, like, I know in 2025 those Trump tax bills expire, and I've heard talk of possible, just extending them indefinitely, or I don't know. You heard any word on that?
No, I'm not exactly familiar with what you're what you're talking about there, but I do know that from what I've heard from Trump, although there's some shake up in good areas that I would agree with, there's on the monetary side of things, I have not seen anything. In fact, I would say I'd seen the opposite, where I would say, once we get rolling over this false optimism of the election, basically, his plans. From what I'm hearing, he's talking about devaluing the dollar. Now he does say, well, if people don't use our dollar, I'll give these big tariffs. But that's not gonna do anybody any. I mean, I don't think that's gonna have the effect that he's thinking. I mean, it's not gonna make the country that was thinking about not using the dollar now suddenly want to use the dollar because they have to pay a bunch more or lose a bunch more. Like that's, I think it's gonna, very possibly have the opposite effect, right? And
you could reason.
right, and what he's talking about, like to make the, he's basically talking about pumping the economy full of more money and reducing our rates, so that we can keep pumping money into the economy and free money, which, yeah, it'll give you a few seconds of burst in your economy, but it's the long run where you lose it all. And so I just see an acceleration. But to me, it's already baked in the cake, and it's almost like, I don't know that going the other way would be a better route, because either way, it's baked into the cake. And if you might want to go one last quick hurrah, and I mean, I don't know. To me, either way, I mean, we got problems and we're going down. So it's like, which way do you
If
want to
you
take us out?
invested it in infrastructure and support, you know, and infrastructure support and services, if you could invest that financial boost into that,
Right.
it wouldn't solve the problem by any means,
But it would be
but what
smart.
it could do is help you sustain through what's coming next.
Yep.
So
Yep. You could make the smartest move that you can, being we're in the boat that we're in. But
but if this lands in a bunch of executive hands, we're screwed.
yeah,
You know.
so I think that overall the monetary system is still on the same road, possibly even accelerated. But maybe it's like they say, maybe it's the best controlled demolition that we can ask for. I don't know. It's hard to say. So
Well, what do you think? Do you think the demolition comes with war or without? Because war is a great economy booster. But
in ways, but
at
in
the same,
ways not. Like if like the people who are invested in the like in the war stocks and in the war machining and all, yeah, they get rich, but the country often doesn't. Like, you're wasting a lot of resources, you're creating trade partner hassles, so trade becomes an issue. Like, I think that we're pretty good as far as if we needed to be a lone country, I think we could support ourselves. But yeah, I don't know. That's the scary thing, is when the government is in control, and depending on who's up there, sometimes it looks like they're trying to kick the legs out from under the table on purpose. So,
no.
so yeah, it's
Yeah, this might be God's grace giving us a chance to say, hey, like, get your house in order.
Yep. I mean, that's the way I'm taking it. That's for sure.
Like it don't matter. Like, look, I'm a spiritual guy, right? And I'm hoping I get pulled out of this before it gets too bad, right?
Yeah.
But regardless if I do or don't, we still got a whole world leading up to something real bad, and I don't care what viewpoint you're carrying. It's hard not to end that. Hey, stuff's getting real bad,
Yeah.
Like,
That's what, see, because I always look I mean, I didn't even come into gold and silver from the monetary aspect. I came at it from the big picture aspect and just kind of looking at good and evil, and somehow that trickled me down into silver. But yeah, I mean, that's generally how I look at things. Is kind of from a go way. I have to back way out to kind of see how the whole machine runs, and I don't know all the intricacy, but if you back far enough out, you can kind of see a general idea of how things are going, where things are going, where it's leading to. So yeah, that's
Well, where does a guy need to be in your mind? Like if a guy had the resources at his disposal to make a commitment to say, hey, this is where I need to be in preparation for what's coming, what would that look like in your mind?
well, honestly, to me, the the biggest scare I see is tied with technology, and for me, the way I see them pushing us is into a digital ID of sorts where they control all aspects of pretty much everything. And what's interesting is since I look at this big view and I go, I don't know if you've seen Event 201 or know about Event 201, but it's basically a big wargaming table where the leaders of the military and the leaders of the health departments and the leaders of commerce and the leaders of all these different top heads got together and they sat around at the WHO, basically a wargaming session, and they just talked about how they would control people if there was a some type of catastrophe, which they all basically promise us is for sure to come. And they say, well, when this catastrophe kicks off, we'll shut down small businesses, we'll move X and Y over here, and we'll move Y and X over here, and they just start planning this thing out. And without the say of anyone or without the, you know, backlash of what might happen from it, they just kind of wargame these things. And one of the things that they were talking about was food and distributing food, and how would we know it was getting to the right place. And well, one of the things they said was, if there's some kind of a disaster and we need to get food where we need it to get, we can work with those, what do they call it? Stakeholder partners is their term that they use. And basically what it means is they're rich corporation partners, and they'll tell that corporation, you don't let anybody shop at your shop unless they're wearing a mask. Or, for instance, we won't let you shop and get groceries unless you have this new ID that we're issuing where it will separate you, because see, there's all these new immigrants and we don't know who they are, where they're from, and they've been robbing
Yeah, record
stores.
rations.
Exactly, and they've been robbing stores and causing chaos and problems. So we want to get the food into the right hands. So we'll tell this large corporation like Walmart or like Walgreens or whatever these, Costco. We'll say to them, you just have to have this new, you know, ID or pass or something to where we know that you're not one of these illegals, so we'll let you have X, Y, and Z ration. And they literally talked about that, and they said, and we'll just shut everyone else out, and those who get it have a means of support, and those who don't. And the other thing is that you think, well, that's fine, but I'll just go to the other mom and pop store. But no, they talk about in the same breath in the next sentence how all those stores need to be shut down so that it keeps their control in place. So those are the types of things that I look at and think, wow, I don't necessarily like to be told that I have to take a warp speed injection. And especially knowing that I've had family injured from such things, so I kind of am an opt out type of guy to that type of thing. And they're trying to come up with methods that say, well, if you don't opt in, you can't shop here. I mean, that even happened with the masks in 2020. I got kicked out of a
Yeah.
few shops. Me and my family, a wife and two cute little kids. Oh, you can't shop here because your money's no good here. Well, you know. So that's the type of thing I look at, and I just look at, well, how do they have leverage over me? And one of the things is
By
debt.
consent.
Debt and consent and all these things. So it's like I'm looking at it like, how can I get out of having to consent? How can I rid myself of heavy debt where it doesn't matter? I'm kind of stuck in that anyway. Um,
Hmm.
so yeah, those are the things I look at, and when I look at those things, the best tool that comes about, it does not mean it fixes all the problems. Doesn't mean just because you have it, now all this other stuff goes away. But one thing it does
Right.
allow me is I can go to my ranch that I'm talking about and trade myself a little bit of gold or silver and get some beef. And I might not have the answers to all the other stuff, but at least my kids can eat for another day.
Right.
So those are the types of things. I have a big container with a whole bunch of fresh water in it, and I have filters that are gravity fed or density fed, however you want to look at that, density buoyancy fed, where the water can be run through charcoal filters, and it's already clean, but you can even run it through some more filters. So I've got plenty of drinking water in case things go down for a little while. And so I just look at, and I've got a garden that we grow vegetables in, and we try to get better because I'm no garden expert, and maybe it doesn't hurt to think about some chicks. All those things that, if you got eggs coming to you every morning, well, that's a little bit of stress off the shoulders, and so those are
Yeah,
things.
compensating for
Right.
the
Yeah.
cushion, a
Yeah, so
cushion, a
I just
buffer.
I just keep I look at those things, I see where they have their leverage on me, and I try to delever. So
Right.
yeah, that's where I'm at with it. But
Yeah, it's hard to disconnect. They really do. Like, I can't buy a pack of cigarettes without, my ID being damn scanned. You know,
really,
and the best I can do is shame a teller that, as far as
right?
they're concerned, they're just doing their job.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah, and that's the
which I
other
never thought
thing.
was a great excuse.
That's
You know.
another thing, not that it's fixable, but how do we fix this disease, this illness that has crept in where people trust the computer more than the humanity of the person standing across the desk from them. You know,
You call them out and you shame it, man. You call it as it is. You call
man,
it
is
for what
that
it is,
it's so ridiculous. It's like, the doctor gives you a prescription, you walk it to the pharmacy, you hand it to them, and they're like, oh, yeah, I see it. I see the paper you have. I've called the doctor. He's affirmed that it's you, but, it just still hasn't come through on the computer yet, so we can't do anything. And I mean,
Yeah.
it's just so ridiculous that we got to get past that stuff. I mean, computers are supposed to be a help. We shouldn't be letting it hinder on such foolish things when both the person behind the desk and you are aware that it's the computer that's glitched, but yet we're not going to work past it because that's the way we're doing it. Like, that's not good.
No, we've been trained well, haven't we? you
Yep.
know,
Yep.
it's no, but really, like, the best thing. Oh, there's nothing you can do to battle that stupidity. Trust me. Like, I go to war with people over this all the time
Yeah.
with like simple functions like that. Like, explain to them, like, well, the computer's getting it wrong. And I'm like, well, who do we call that? Well, it's a computer issue. Well, somebody programmed this thing. They could put another button in it, you know? Like,
Yep.
like, why, like, it, and I'll tell you what, it always feels like a lack of accountability and stubbornness of ego. Like,
Right.
you know,
A lot of it.
because
Yeah.
you got to say, all right, you're right. This is wrong. We got it wrong. And now I got to do some work to make this right. And not so sure how it's going to work, but, and the process is intimidating to them. And so they'd rather just
Right.
stand on ego and authority. And
Right. Instead of being that humanity-driven, compassionate person that we used to have, like I remember being a kid, and people would be passionate to other people and work to help them out, and now that's just kind of like a thing of the past. If it's not in the computer, you're just out of luck.
Yeah, I don't get it. There was a time where if the teller wasn't at his register, you could leave the money there and walk out, with the goods. You just throw it on the table and you walk out. Guy was busy stocking
Right,
the
right.
shelf for the deal. And it's just, that's what I did, and like, that's what we did, and that's just how it worked. And it was never a problem, like, when the computers were in the way, the guy got out a pen and pad and he scratched it on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
On a receipt,
Yeah. Yep.
Like, and don't worry, I'm the business. That's my failure. I'll pick up the slack.
Yeah.
If I can't figure it out, I'll make it right or better.
Yeah. Yeah, and
And
it's the other, and I don't know how you combat. Like you say, probably just talking about it more. And I think even our YouTube channels are making a difference in lots of ways on this. But the cancer of the mainstream media, keeping everybody in dumbed down land and in line and following like, man, I wish we could combat that harder, because it amazes me how much of a grip it has on our country, and that as much obvious false events that have taken place, and yet they're still able to keep leading people down a false path. That's crazy to me. So yeah, I think, like, I am surprised, and I do see that our little communities and just getting on and talking about what we see in the monetary system, it has a little bit of an effect. I mean, you do see that, like, the mainstream media is having trouble kind of coping when they know they're losing views. They know people are starting to go to these smaller niche channels to find out things, and so I guess we just got to keep that up. And so yeah.
yeah, prepare for the fear wave. Like, it's the next natural look when you can't baffle them anymore. And the people are catching on. You need to
Scare the crap
go
out
bigger.
of them. Yep.
Yeah, scare the crap out of them. I mean, so it seems like the next thing in line's a fear wave for something. Who knows? But, I think if we just kind of remember, like, hey, look out your window, look out your door. Is that panic situation right there? No. Then worry about your home right now. And then worry about your neighbor. And then when you're done with that, worry about your community and you know what I'm saying? And if everybody's reaching out like that,
Yeah.
what is that?
Oh, I just wanted to show Gerald. I got his note here. He's talking to me in the chat about it, so I just wanted to show him that I have it.
No, but you're right. Like, and again, kind of like what I was saying about that conference, man, is it's incredible whenever you say something out loud that you might, like, feel nervous about. Like, should I say this? And then you say it, and then everybody around you agrees.
Right. Talk about a confidence booster, right?
Well, right, but but shouldn't that be a sign to all of us? Like, every time that happens to you, when you step out, you say something kind of bold, turns out it wasn't so bold at all.
Right.
That's
That's it. And yes, 100%. Yeah.
And it's like, okay, so where did this narrative come from then? You got to take a second and say, okay, why was I socially discomforted in that situation? What was it that triggered me? What was I so ashamed of or afraid of?
A bombardment of mainstream media bias is why you get nervous about those things, or at least I do.
Well, nobody wants to be socially excluded, right? Like, we all want to be loved and cared for and appreciated and respected and all that stuff. Because we should be, right? We're individuals and we're worth it.
Yeah. And even if you believe in God, that's one of the things that you're supposed to do, is try to be a good example, right? A light. So.
Oh my goodness, and it's a work and a service sometimes. But for real, well, man, what were we even saying though? The point is like, why are we feeling so excluded about certain things, and it's that peer pressure, and so whose voice has been in our head so much that it sounds frequent to us. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, I guess that's kind of what I wonder, like, why does that sound so frequent? Why is everybody saying that? Is that something I hear normally? Do I even agree with that?
Yeah. Well, we're all put through public school. I mean, right there, we're all supposed to believe the same thing, answer the same on that question, fill in that blank. It's got a certain word that goes there, and you're wrong if you don't put that right word in there. And so everybody comes out supposedly, or at least supposing to be, at the same knowledge level, the same understanding about how the world works, which we all can agree that, or at least I can, that my science book and many other things have been proven wrong as I was taught as a kid to now. They teach otherwise. They teach differently now. So that means what I was answering on the test was for sure wrong, because I was answering something that they wanted me to say that I probably thought was wrong, but I knew I had to answer it that way. And so,
yeah. And
yeah.
now you're wrong because of it.
Right. Yeah, and that would have been right the whole time if I would have just went with my gut, but they won't let you. See, they want you to think that certain way, and so yeah, that's that's another thing that like if you say something differently than your whole class was taught, then you're literally upending what other people believe, because that's and that's a feat in itself right there.
I wholeheartedly agree. Like, people, like, look, it sucks to be wrong, especially when you're publicly wrong, right? But like, think if these guys had to like actually admit, like, okay, we've been teaching the wrong thing this whole freaking time, and everything I told you was wrong. But now you should believe
Yeah.
like, it would destroy entire careers, institutions, entire works of, I struggle to call it industry, but really, like, entire professions would be just destroyed if we stopped wasting money on certain things that'll never be because they're not true, and everything that they're doing is based on this thing that's not true, and we know
man,
this.
I know of several things that is happening right now, and the amount. Well, it's just gigantic money laundering machines is what they are. But the amount of money.
Black budgets.
Yeah, indeed. And the effort that goes into them, and the mind brainwashing that they have to keep. You know how a lie over time, like, it just almost gets bigger and worse to try to prop up and continue to uphold that lie. And yeah, there's some things out there right now that if you look at, it's just once you know the truth about them and you see how they're trying to keep it held up with more and more lies, it becomes comical. But
dude, the guy can only lie to you so many times before you're like, just shut up, stop. Like,
right, yeah.
Like, I'm not interested. No, thank you.
Yeah, OC Stacker says, I did not have sexual relations with that intern. Right?
Yeah. Sure thing there, pal.
Yeah.
Here, pardon me one moment. I'm going to catch some firewood real quick.
Okay. Yeah, really, we've been up and running for quite a while. How long have we been up? We've been up for 3 hours. Woo. Yeah, so that is probably a pretty good stream. I wish we could have got up and off. We had a bunch of people in our first stream, and we totally botched that one, so. But thank you all for hanging with me through all the technical difficulties. Hopefully, we'll keep improving this, and if I ever get this stuff figured out, I won't have to pay so much to third-party software because it gets expensive. Neil wraps it all up and sums it up with buy silver, platinum, and crystallized osmium. That's pretty much all we needed to say. And Gerald says there's a gorgeous 8 millimeter bright blue gemstone waiting to be nestled over the thick trillion cut cubesy oobsy for Christmas, but if it gets stuck in the mailbox. Oh, nice. Yeah, I know our trip was awesome. Our trip to New Orleans was it was great. I learned a lot. Um, it was exciting. And it helps. I learned a lot about the industry, myself, and that type of along with what Space Miner was kind of mentioning that too. Like it was such a high level event. I was definitely a little bit out of my league, and so you're kind of learning how to operate, or at least I was. And now that I have that one event under my belt, I feel like I'm more ready for the next event and how to handle it. And whenever you go to a large event like that and you have that many bright minds, like, there's something about just being with those people where, I don't know, it helped me to wrap my head around, handling myself in such an atmosphere and, what.
It felt like mentorship.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Like these guys are pros and they've been doing that a long time.
yeah,
You know,
Yep, and that was
decades. They formed the industry we know today.
right. Yeah, it's true. In fact, yeah, they were talking about their first investment conferences that they had. New Orleans Investment Conference. The first one was actually how to legalize. They were trying to figure out how to re-legalize gold. They were trying to bring gold back from being illegal to at least being able to buy it on the market. That was what their first meeting was about. So yeah, they did. They helped establish the niche that we're talking about right now. So
And there's a lot of work that they're still putting in about like the sound money, you know. Like we met that young gentleman,
JP.
and yeah, and man, he had loads to say on the subject. Like they're putting in a lot of work, and they're doing it at the state level instead of the federal level too.
Yes.
So it's really like a grassroots effort
Yes.
happening in this, and but again, I guess that even though that older generation really formed it, like somebody has to step
Carry
in.
it on,
And
yeah.
who did we see there? A bunch of young guys, dude.
Yep.
A bunch of young guys.
Yep, and I think that was one thing that I felt like I noticed from kind of the older group was that they were appreciating. Like, I think that's one of the reasons they were enjoying talking with me, or maybe it's just because we all enjoy talking metals, but that I seemed like I could sense, like when their eyes would light up with some of the subjects I was covering, and then they would banter back with some more information. They were excited to see that a younger generation was interested in pursuing those things, and you could just kind of see it and feel it. And yeah, that was great.
Well, and I think there was some newer perspectives coming in too that maybe in their I don't want to say these guys haven't thought of it. They probably thought of it all, right? But I think there was a couple of times I recognized something in them where they were like, maybe that is worth reconsidering, or I haven't thought about that in a long time. Or like, you're right, like there's more to that than we've been putting into it, and like, but like a lot of these young guys were doing that with a lot of these older guys too. And like, because, like, let's face it, the dynamics of the markets have changed,
Oh yeah.
you know, and we really are in a new world. And so a lot of these older principles of market are not necessarily the same principles of current markets, you know,
Yep.
because there's like, you know, these guys weren't ready for crypto. And in fact, a lot of them were having conferences just to learn about the crypto and talk about the crypto,
Yeah.
you know, and for a lot of us, it's secondhand.
Right. Right.
But
Yeah.
and now we're talking about freaking AI and uranium connection, you know, like they're like one of their major projections for uranium power, you know, for nuclear power is purposefully for AI systems. Like they're aiming at AI systems, powering the AI systems. Like they're aiming at these SMRs, these small nuclear reactors, you know, these little
Yeah.
these micro reactors, you know.
Yeah.
But it's just oh my goodness, it's just a new world out there, and everything's changed. And wow, that conference was really eye opening. There's
Yeah.
a lot going on right now.
Yeah, it was. I'm really glad I buckled down and went and spent the money, and because I was a little bit hesitant, but no, it was definitely worth it. Yes, OC Stacker, this is Tiger's first channel round pours, but he didn't pour it. It was poured by Hi Ho Silver. 2023, and it was poured. This is number 8, poured by Hi Ho Silver, but it's got Tiger Stacker's logo. It's the double ring on this bar. He also has one that's just a single, but this is a double, and then he also has his wife's channel, Dog World and You, and 50 grams, 3 nines fine. So yeah, this is his first channel round, but it was poured by, who did I say? By Hi Ho Silver. So yes, you were right. And the little heart up here is from Tuli. This is like her second pour or something like that. It was one of her really early pours, like her first. It was her first auction, and yeah. So it was one of the first buys.
Yeah, I like Thule's Silver Lady that she does. I call it the Silver Lady. It's just, you know, it's like that
No,
silhouette.
yeah, dude, that's how I ended up with this heart. So I was after the Thule pour. It's actually I think it's supposed to represent Athena or something, but yeah. So I wanted that one, but I ended up with her heart, you know. So I decided, you know, if all I can get is Thule's heart, then I'm good with it.
That's going to carry well over time.
It did. It actually that came up during the auction. It came out so smooth and so well. I sounded. She said something, and I was like, well, if somebody said something about her pores, and I was like, yeah, I wanted that lady pour, but you know, all she could give was her heart, and so, you know, I'm happy with that or something. But anyway, it worked pretty slickly.
I was so upset with Thule whenever she melted that. I was like, please don't, like, I'll buy it, let it go, come on, what do you want for it? Like, and she plopped that shit in there, and I went, no! And I heckled her for a long time about that. Like, you melted my Silver Lady, dang it.
Well, yeah, no doubt, right? So OC Stacker is saying here, nice bar. I would have loved to go to the conference with you guys. Love New Orleans. Well, you know, we were talking about we were down there, and we would love to. In fact, we were just talking the show, and there's going to be more to come up with this. I think I have a good idea, but we want to get together with some of you guys and in the community and hang out and do this again. So stay tuned and maybe you can catch the next one and we can all hang out and do some videos together and take this whole thing to the next level.
I think we can, dude. I swear, I have so much faith in this community that I really believe, man, we could really, if we all start like really putting our minds to it, we could really take everything up a notch, man, or five.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like I mean, it's just a little bit more here and a little bit more there, and boom, I mean, we could be owning this. We could be absolutely like changing the way YouTube silver communities and gold communities, investment communities cooperate. It's time. Dang it.
It's time.
I'm still excited about it. I'm sorry.
No. It's exciting stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, that's great. Yeah, that's the Silver Symposium. So we were talking earlier, and I was talking about. In fact, I talked with Ian about this, and we plan on doing it. So we had this plan. Then I was talking about this idea with Space Miner, and he threw in some great insights. So I think he's gonna be in. But yeah, we were talking about doing a Osmium Symposium. So yeah, we've got some exciting stuff coming down the line, and we want to do something just like that, where we're bringing in the community, and we can all maybe, we can rent a room and have some tables, and people can rent those out. It'll help take off some of the cost of us that are getting the room, and we can live stream from it. We can have our community members there. We can specialize in, it can be an Osmium Symposium, but precious metals based, so.
Dude,
Yeah.
if we can get an outside area, we can maybe get a whole bunch of people doing like live pouring, like a big pouring festival.
Oh, wow, I never even thought about that. That would be interesting. Plus, you could get some, if it was sunny, you could see the Osmium in the sun. Woo! Look out.
Oh my goodness gracious. Yeah, craft some jewelry live during the
That'd be cool.
during the expose.
Yep.
Woo.
Yep. And there's some, I don't want to drop all our cool ideas on this stream, but we have some good ideas that you can do with some of these metals. So some exciting stuff that is yet to be uncovered. So.
Oh my goodness, y'all have no clue what's coming out to this world soon. So this community is growing every day, and so is our expertise, and it's all of us just contributing to it. It's amazing what everybody's bringing. Holy shit! This community, like, from all the underground grapevines that are out there, man, it's crazy what's about to hit this community this next year. I have no idea.
Cool.
Oh my goodness.
Cool. Well, awesome. We've been running here, so we should probably wind it down. Yeah, we have 4 hours now.
Really? 4 hours?
4 hours.
Oh my goodness gracious.
Yeah, we should probably wind it up. But, well, at least we got us up here, and there's still a little bit of feedback in the audio, but overall I would say it was a success. Aside from crashing the first stream brutally, we did alright on the second one. So,
I had fun.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me, bro.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, and thanks for coming down to the show, and it was a great time, and it was nice to be able to have somebody to bounce things off of and ideas, and it helps you grow, helps your mind expand, and it was a great time. It was a great experience. Let's do it again.
Yes.
All right, cool. Everybody, thank you for hanging out in the chat. Greatly appreciate it. Sorry about the technical difficulties, But yeah, it's a work in progress. So appreciate all you guys' help and support. Greatly appreciate the support and putting up with all my flaws and technical difficulties, and greatly appreciate you guys. It means a lot. So yeah, with that, I think we will call this one a wrap. I should be back this Wednesday with Ian. And then there's and then next Sat. Oh, so hold the horses 1 second. Okay, so part of the reason I'm trying this new software is because I'm trying to get some audio, video, technical things worked out. So this next Saturday is gonna be Spin and Bin 30B, my 30th Spin and Bin, and part B, and it's gonna be on the 7th, I believe it is. Let me check my calendar. Yes, Saturday the 7th, this Saturday at 7 p.m., 7/7, we're going to be going live, and I'm going to have Liberty Bleed Silver open up for me. So he's going to play a riff on his guitar with a silver guitar pick that I sent him. It's 925, the guitar pick that I sent him, so it should actually be hardy enough that he can play a tune on it. So it's going to be a virgin, so you're going to see him playing for the first time ever with a silver guitar pick. And
That's cool.
so he's gonna play a little riff on this silver guitar pick, and then I'm gonna kick off, with my vinyl from there. And so once he plays the intro and opening, and then I get going, I get a few records mixed in and get to a place where I have a little bit of time. I'm gonna do a random comment picker and choose a winner in the chat, and they will be receiving this. This is also a guitar pick, 10 grams, but this one is 4/9 fine. So this is pure silver. I'm not sure that you would want to play it with a guitar. This one has a little bit nicer case, and it's not really. It's more for just the collection piece. But it is. I should look it up on the computer right now. But it's a pretty sweet looking guitar pick. And so yeah, come by next Saturday at 7 o'clock, and make sure to say something in the chat, because you'll be entered to win. And we'll do a giveaway on that. That should be fun. So stay tuned for that. And other than that, I think we can wrap this one up. Yeah, again, thank you all for coming in and hanging out. Better put some of these in for reference. Space Miner, you want to say anything before we sign off here?
Man, didn't see one of you. Glad to know y'all were here. And so, man, thanks for having me, B. And dude, everything was fun, and appreciate seeing you, man. And big things ahead, right? Big things ahead.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Cool. Greatly appreciate having you. We'll do it again. Everybody out there in chat, thank you so much, and we will catch you all on the next one. Thanks. Finish stream. Okay, cool. We got 97 views.